is a key defense equipment and defense deal, which is set to be inked between the two countries. It is extremely crucial in as far as defense cooperation is concerned that the two leaders are meeting. Joining us right now is India Today's Mustafa Sheikh. Mustafa, what is the situation right now? We believe that Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the bilateral venue.
Yes, Prime Minister Modi has reached Lok Bhawan and there he is going to have a discussion with the French President Emmanuel Macron, and also there is a press briefing scheduled about 1 hour from now. So a lot of talks which are going on about the defense skill, health, supply chain. All the discussions are going to take place at Lok Bhawan before the press briefing happens. We are expecting some major deals to take place during this meeting, for which the announcement will be made in the joint press statement by Prime Minister Modi and President Macron. And most importantly, the defense deal is what is expected, and in the coming day, the President is also going to Delhi for the AI summit. So, and also this will be the time where the President and Prime Minister will be having a one-to-one meeting. There are a lot of business leaders and delegation of business leaders who are traveling with President Macron. And what are the fine-tunings of the Indo-Europe deal which has happened, and how France and India can collaborate further on the trade deal is something to be discussed in this meeting. Back to you.
Right. Very important to note here that Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the venue of the bilateral meet, which is set to begin shortly between the Prime Minister and the French President Emmanuel Macron in Mumbai today. This is to advance the Horizon 2047 roadmap between the two countries and to also strengthen the strategic partnership that the two countries share. And that is the reason why the two world leaders are meeting. But on the agenda, importantly, are some very key defense deals as the two leaders meet, and Emmanuel Macron is already in Mumbai as part of this high-stakes India visit, which is focused on defense, technology and long-term strategic ties. He was, in fact, welcomed by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis at the Mumbai airport, and the French President is set to meet Prime Minister Modi very shortly for that bilateral meet. Now, the spotlight is firmly on deepening the defense cooperation between the two countries and a possible mega Rafale deal. The discussions are set to begin on that. The French president began his morning by going to the iconic Marine Drive for an early morning jog. As you see on your screens, the visuals of the French president jogging on the Marine Drive. Macron also paid tribute to the victims of 26/11 attacks along with his wife. The French president paid his respect to those who lost their lives in that tragedy. Now, the official schedule for the French president is packed. In a short while from now, the key Modi-Macron bilateral will be held, and the Memorandum of Understanding exchange will take place at 4:30 in the evening and then at 5:30 in the evening. The India-France Innovation Forum is expected to be held at 5:30. Now, big-ticket defense issues will dominate the talks, from Rafale fighters to hammer missile collaboration, along with aerospace partnerships, nuclear cooperation, and the Horizon 2047 roadmap. The two leaders will also jointly launch the India-France Innovation Year 2026, even as discussions expand to the Indo-Pacific and wider global challenges. On the table, a potential 114 Rafale fighter jet deal, extremely important for both the countries, and also joint helicopter and missile production, technology transfer, AI cooperation, and deeper strategic alignment. That is what is on the agenda. Joining us right now is India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, this is an extremely crucial meeting that we all understand, but if you could list out some of the key points that will be discussed today that could later lead to extremely important and strategic ties between the two countries, do focus on that.
Anjali, as you mentioned about the possible Rafale deal, 114 aircraft, India has, the Defense Ministry has already given an acceptance of necessity for that 114 aircraft acquisition. And India has already having Rafale fighter jets for its Air Force, as well as already finalized the 23 Rafale fighter jets for its Navy as well. So 114 follow-up order is on the table. However, let me tell you, that deal is not going to be announced or inked today, but certainly it is going to get a big push at a time when Prime Minister Modi and President Emmanuel Macron would be meeting in Mumbai. The defense ministers of India and France will be holding a key defense dialogue in Bangalore. And in the same state, Karnataka, H-125 helicopter, the helicopter final assembly line will be inaugurated jointly by both the leaders in Mumbai virtually. And besides the defense and strategic cooperation, this is a year 2026. Both countries have decided to call it as a year of innovation. So definitely in terms of the startup, in terms of AI, in terms of the technological push, how both countries can collaborate in terms of the designing and co-production and the joint research. So these are the key areas where it is likely to get a great push after the meeting of both these leaders. Now, besides that, what we are learning from our sources, that in counterterrorism, in technological cooperation, and also the larger strategic a partnership in terms of the nuclear technology is also also likely to get a push during this meeting between both these leaders. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi was invited during the AI Impact Summit hosted by France last year, and now France, the French President Emmanuel Macron is one of the key and a special guest at a time when India is hosting the Artificial Intelligence Impact Summit. But besides that, this is not about the India-France bilateral, Anjali. We have to see that after the mother of all deals, not only of the fact that the France is likely to get the contract of century, but also if you see the series of recent visit by the French leader, by the European leaders in India, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz recently visited India. India, EU have already announced the FTA, which is considered as mother of all deal, and now the French president is in India. So certainly this is a clear indication that big European economies like France and Germany are looking, India as a key partner of their growth story as far as this partnership is concerned, and as far as the future of Europe is concerned, be it the defense production, be it the technological cooperation, or be it the manpower sourcing.
Right, Pranay, and already we know that France is a key strategic partner as well as a defense arms supplier for India. So how important it becomes, because if you look at the security point of view for India, this relationship is important.
Absolutely. If you see the French platforms in our inventory, not only the Rafale fighter jets, but way back, the acquisition of Mirage fighter jets. Mirage are still in service. We have recently got the upgrades for these Mirage fighter jets, and they have played a key role during the Kargil, as well as the Balakot airstrikes to the Operation Sindoor. So clearly, the collaboration in terms of the Air Force collaboration is there. Besides that, the Indo-Pacific strategy of India and France are also aligned, and that's why there is a greater collaboration in terms of the platform integration. France has already supplied the Rafale fighter jets. Besides that, the Scalpel and the Meteor, Meteor missiles. India is also looking at a greater cooperation in terms of the submarine technology and the aircraft carrier technology. So there are various aspects of it. But as I mentioned that, even in the nuclear technology, India and France are collaborating for last many years. The Areva, the nuclear reactor company of France, is exploring possibility to establish nuclear power plants, and especially the small and medium scale reactors in production of their and reactors in India. So these are the key areas where India and France are looking for the further cooperation and collaboration.
In the current geopolitical scenario where, the goalposts keep changing, friends and allies and, enemies keep changing, how important is it for us to ensure that our long-standing friends remain friends and they feel the friendship towards them?
Anjali, the thing which is, greatly kind of being, countries are looking for is the stability. And if you see the trajectory of India-France relation, be it the strategic, defense collaboration or the strategic coordination at the international forums like United Nations and United Nations Security Council, you know that France is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, and on key areas, be it the proposal to ban the UN designation of terrorists, those who have inflicted the wounds of terrorism on India, to various other aspects, France has collaborated with India. So definitely, this partnership has various facets and various aspects where both India and France have delivered, and both countries have decided and agreed on Horizon 2020 and Horizon 2047, a vision plan for next 25 years. So clearly, there is an indication that both India and France see the commonality in their future. They are the votary and they are looking at the joint, trajectory of their development. And at a time when the French economy is quite sluggish, there is a keen interest in France to partner with India, which is one of the fastest moving economy, and there are interest, and around $15 billion worth of investment of France is already there in India. And with this potential deal of 114 Rafale jets, France is likely to get French economy is likely to get a great push, because this is going to give a boost of over $35 billion to French economy.
Absolutely, and it remains important for India to keep its eye on those friends who have been there, not just the fair weather friends, but the friends who've stood by them for a long time. And that is the reason why Emmanuel Macron is here, and India is giving the French president the due respect and a welcome, as we see. Now, let's try and understand why this visit is important. As we were just telling you, there is a mega Rafale deal which is on cards. And this deal will move further ahead when these two leaders meet. Now, the delivery of the Rafale jets, 18 are supposed to be in a flyaway position, as in they will be delivered in such a position that they can be taken directly into the air from the tarmac, whereas the rest are to be made in India, which is very crucial for India. Now, what about the domestic production of those made in India? Well, approximately 80% of the fleet and up to 60% of indigenous content will be there in those planes that will be made in India. Configuration, if we try and explain to you, 88 single-seaters, 26 twin-seat jets. This is what will be supplied or will be part of the deal for India. Now, local manufacturing, as we are calling Made in India, well, Dassault, the company that makes Rafale, will partner with Indian private firms. There will be an expected technology transfer. And these are the visuals that we are bringing you right now. This is happening right now in Mumbai as President Emmanuel Macron meets with Prime Minister Modi, the two leaders standing there, exchanging thoughts, talking to each other as Prime Minister Modi welcomes President Emmanuel Macron to India for this bilateral meet. And these visuals that we bring to you as he walks into Lok Bhawan, where the meeting is set to happen. This is the venue of the bilateral meet where Prime Minister Modi was waiting for him. He was received at the car by the Prime Minister, and then for the photo opportunity, the two went on to that stage where the two leaders shook hands as the media took photographs of the two leaders meeting. An extremely important meeting for both the countries. And as you can see with the smiles of the two leaders, both are glad to see each other. They've always shared a warm relationship, Prime Minister Modi and Emmanuel Macron, and it is clearly displayed as they meet each other, warm handshakes and a warm hug. The two leaders of two big countries, two important countries, as India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay was telling us, providing each other stability, which is key in this current geopolitical scenario, as constantly the focus keeps changing. And joining us now is once again India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, we see on our screens a warm hug and a warm handshake and smiles between the two leaders. They've had a relationship for a while. They are good friends, not just two leaders meeting, but two friends meeting.
Absolutely, Anjali. This is the bonhomie we have seen at various locations, and now these pictures are coming from Mumbai. Prime Minister Narendra Modi warmly greeting and warmly welcoming French President Emmanuel Macron. This visit, this partnership is very key and very important, not only for India and France, but even for the regions. If you see the partnership between India and Europe, this relationship between India and France is key to that partnership as well. And for the year of innovation 2026, for the defense partnership, for the future collaboration between these two countries. So this is not only a partnership between two countries or two dynamics, but this is also a strong bond between these two leaders. We have seen that how French President Emmanuel Macron has always warmly praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and we have seen that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi, wherever he met, even on the sidelines of various multilateral meetings, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has always warmly met French President Emmanuel Macron, and this is a relationship, a bond of mutual respect and mutual affection for both leaders have for each other, and a special bond. But besides that, since we were talking about the importance of this partnership, this is a very crucial juncture for the international dynamics, be it the geopolitical volatility or geo-economical volatility, Anjali. France is also looking for the steadfast and the steady partnership as well. And India can become a very strong supporter and votary of multipolarity and a very strong economy, can lend that kind of a support to France at a time when the European economy is also facing a lot of challenges. And if you see the kind of shift we are witnessing nowadays in the attitude and in the approach of France and other European leaders, that they are not harping on the issue of India's support or India's friendship with Russia or Russia-Ukraine conflict. This is the building of the bilateral partnership, which has actually given dividend to these economies, be it the economy of Germany, be it the economy of Italy, or be it the economy of France. And clearly, India has also emerged as a key supplier of talented manpower and human resource for the European economy. And that is the big potential where all these big economies of Europe are looking at, which are primarily manpower deficient. So in terms of it's a partnership of a mutual convenience and a win-win partnership, Anjali, because India needs technology. India needs clean technology. India needs cutting-edge technology. India needs research and innovation partnership, which can come from these European countries like France and Germany, Italy. These are the leaders in terms of the cutting-edge technology. On the other side, India can give them the required manpower, the talented manpower and human resource, and that is the relationship, that is the bond which can develop after such meetings. And wherever both Prime Minister Modi and President Macron have met, they have always expressed their belief and their confidence that India and France has a lot to share and lot to work upon and a lot to build upon. And therefore we have seen that how the French French investment in India has steadily gone up. In fact, after the India-EU FTA, French investment is likely to go further up in India, and France is looking at in terms of the automobile, in terms of the textile, in terms of defense and the clean air technology. So there are various aspects where India and France are collaborating, and after this meeting of Mumbai between these two leaders, we are likely to get some substantive outcomes after this meeting. Some great technological achievements are likely to be announced, and agreements are likely to be announced after this meeting. This is what we are learning from our sources, that this visit and this meeting is going to have a very some very substantive outcomes in terms of defense collaboration, in terms of the technological cooperation, in terms of the startup ecosystem, that how France can help India's startup ecosystem, and also some key investment in Indian economy.
Right, absolutely. And, these visuals that we are getting of the Prime Minister and the President of France meeting is also extremely crucial because remember, this has significance. World's largest democracy is teaming up with one of the oldest democracies. And the two leaders have shared an extremely warm relationship earlier also. We've seen how Macron invited Prime Minister Modi for the Bastille Day, which is an important occasion for them in French Revolution. And it was reciprocated by the Prime Minister by inviting him for the 2024 Republic Day. So, Pranay, clearly the warm relationship that we see between the two individuals should seep into the relationship of the two countries.
Absolutely, Anjali, but the intent here is that, let this partnership or this bonding translate into the real action and concrete deliverables. And that's why both the leaders, after their meeting, they will be addressing the business leaders and the business community in Mumbai from both India and France. And they are likely, both leaders will call upon the industries to take forward this relationship, to build more concrete deliverables in terms of India-France partnership. India-France, Chamber of Commerce will be there, and they will be taking forward the key deliverables in terms of attracting more French investment in India, to build, if I list, some of the key deliverables and how India and France have built this partnership that, with Reliance Aerostructure, there will be the mainframe production of some of the air platforms. There is a helicopter facility which will be inaugurated jointly by these two leaders in Karnataka, especially in Kolar region, in partnership with Tata Defense Systems and Airbus. So the industry can take forward this partnership between these two leaders and these two countries and take, in terms of key deliverables and concrete achievements in terms of products, in terms of services, in terms of the greater good for both the economies.
And Pranay, we also see that the relationship that India and France have had, as we were talking earlier, India has been a buyer for the big seller France. But now this is shifting. The shift is now is more on a joint venture kind of a situation where the joint production will happen, technology transfer will happen. Do try and explain that also to us.
Absolutely. This is a very key aspect of the partnership, Anjali, because if you see the new, facility, H-125 helicopter, this is a utility helicopter. This is, a helicopter which is, largely and widely used in the civilian sector, civil aviation sector. So France, the Airbus would be has established this facility, the final assembly line for the H-125 helicopters in India, and they intend to sell these helicopters to other, the Southeast Asian and other countries as well. Besides that, France is also looking at a potential sale of the Rafale fighter jets in Indonesia, and therefore France has already established in a process to establish the MRO, the maintenance and maintenance, repair and overall facility in India, in India's Pune. And besides the other maintenance facilities in India for Rafale fighter jets, in terms of the supply of equipment, in terms of the services as well. So clearly this is another push for India's Make in India program, because if France has invested in India for the Rafale fighter jet and building and making it as a base for their MRO facility for the Rafale fighter jets, certainly they are looking and trying to make India as a key base for the potential sale and potential service delivery to other countries as well, and servicing those platforms while being based in India. So clearly this is the key area where the partnership can actually deliver not only good for the Indian economy and Indian platform, Indian defense requirement, but can also help the Indian manufacturing industry, because if France is investing in India, this will bring up the potential of Indian manpower. This is going to upgrade the Indian manufacturing sector, especially the defense industrial complex is going to get boost after such collaborations.
Absolutely, but it is not just about the money only. There are other things also in it. Pranay, if we look at it, if we look at our history, France has been an all-weather friend, not just a fair-weather friend. We've seen United States getting close to India, but then we've seen many issues cropping between the two countries. But we look at France, right down from the time India tested its nuclear capacity, France was standing there behind us. Whether we look at the continuous support in the UN Security Council, France is always there for us. So this relationship needs to be respected because it's always been beneficial and mutually beneficial.
Absolutely. The key aspect of this partnership is that France has already taken this relationship and this partnership beyond the buyer-seller relationship, where they want to be invested in India in terms of the joint research, joint collaboration, joint production. One of the key aspects of India-France partnership is the potential deal of the Safran engines for the fighter jets of India, and that is the area India has been looking for collaboration. And French company Safran has extended help to India, and that potential deal is being explored by both the sides seriously. And if that happens, India will get a fighter engine or will get a help to develop its own fighter jet engine with the collaboration of French scientists and French defense industrial complex. That is going to be a key area where and how that India and France are collaborating. Besides that, in terms of
also joining us right now is India Today's Gaurav Sawant from Mumbai. Let's quickly cut across to him. Gaurav, the two leaders have met. Prime Minister Modi very warmly welcomed Emmanuel Macron. So do tell us what's on agenda.
So there is great chemistry between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron. Each time they've met, it's been a very warm friendship, that is on display. But this is far more substantive than the optics that we see right now. As Pranay was mentioning, there's not only conversation about the procurement of 114 Rafale fighter jets and Hammer missiles to go with it, but then India's main focus is that a military industrial technological complex can be built in India, can be nurtured in India, and then India and France together not only manufacture military aircraft and civilian aircraft and components, but also then export them together. So this is a multifaceted relationship over the next 3 days. There's lots of conversation. If we were to talk about specifics, small and medium modular nuclear reactors, there's talk of nuclear energy, clean energy cooperation. There's a lot of movement that you notice on the road where we are and on the adjoining road, because the movement also means indicates that now the cooperation is from the federal government there and here, through states cooperation to startup cooperation to innovation. 2026 has been declared as the year of innovation. And the Prime Minister, when he'd gone for Bastille Day in France, the conversation had been when students at academies and universities sit together and innovate together, manufacture together.
Right.
From the drawing board to the finished product, that is
Absolutely.
real technological cooperation. That's very important.
Absolutely.
And if I may, what is also significant is from the 1950s, when Tufanis were procured from, France, to the time that Rafales are now coming in additional numbers, this cooperation is only growing from strength to strength.
Right, absolutely, Gaurav. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Pranay, for those details. And we'll be keeping an eye on that meeting and bringing you more details. It's time for a short break now. As we dip into a short break, we bring you more details and more news updates on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
The India Today Media Institute could not have been founded on a firmer footing. The India Today Group's strength in understanding and delivering high-quality content is the very foundation of ITMI. We take pride in training our students to be exceptionally professional. So register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call us on 95 600 65465.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 29 and minimum 16 degrees. Mumbai maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata maximum 32 and minimum 17 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 30 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 31 and minimum 18 degrees.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
And we bring you these visuals of the bilateral meet that's beginning at Mumbai as the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, meets with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These visuals that you see right now are when Prime Minister Modi welcomed the President to India. This is an important meeting between the two nations and between the two leaders. We bring you visuals of the photo opportunity right now on your screens as the two leaders shook hands in front of the media, and after that they met up for the bilateral. We will be bringing you live visuals of that as well as the two leaders meet in Mumbai to discuss many important issues. Also, talk about how to build strategic ties, how to deepen them further. The two friends, the leaders who you see on the screen, share an extremely warm relationship. We have seen Prime Minister Modi and Emmanuel Macron meet multiple times. Emmanuel Macron has been in our country many times before, but this is his first visit to Mumbai. And these visuals that you're seeing right now are from that meeting that is set to happen. It's begun there. The two leaders, along with their team, are meeting up to discuss many important issues as they sit down to delve on things that are on agenda on the table, not just strategic ties, but many defense deals. Remember that all-important Rafale deal, that is also set to get a boost here as the two nations talk about it. It is important for India as it includes technology transfer from Dassault to India and Indian private firms, as India engages in enlarging its Made in India campaign and its manufacturing business. So important there as you see the French president sitting down with Prime Minister Modi for that bilateral meet where the two nations are expected to talk about various important issues ranging from defense to even climate action, critical minerals, many things that are important in the modern times, in the current scenario. And joining us now is India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, now we are getting the visuals of the meet as well, where the two leaders are sitting down along with their teams. Big delegation from both sides. We will expect to see individuals talking to each other in different fields. So do tell us, the delegation that's come from France, how is it specialized in various fields, and what is the talk or what is the discussion that will happen between the two delegations?
You know, as you can make out from these visuals, that the key official, the senior official from the government of India, including the National Security Advisor, the Foreign Secretary, I can see India's ambassador to Paris, Sanjeev Shringla, India's, MES Joint Secretary taking care of the West Europe division. They all are there. Similarly, on the other side, if you see the French delegation, the key stakeholders of the French presidency are there for the delegation level talks. Besides that, a large business delegation is also accompanying President Emmanuel Macron in this visit. And we have seen that, if you see the list of engagement of our French President Emmanuel Macron, besides his morning run, he's holding key meetings even with the Bollywood. France is looking at a possibility of having more and extending more opportunity for Bollywood to have more shoots in France and explore exotic locations of France for the film shooting, because this can be a big economy booster for France. And therefore President Emmanuel Macron and First Lady had a lunch with the key stars and key figures from Bollywood. Besides that, in this meeting and after this meeting, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Emmanuel Macron are likely to take forward the relationship and review the partnership, especially the agenda which was agreed, Horizon 2047, how to align the policy, how to build upon the key deliverables in terms of defense, strategic partnership, key technological cooperation, innovation, startup ecosystem, the investment, the digital private infrastructure, cyber security, and counter-terrorism. So there are many areas besides culture, education, because at a time when Indian students are facing a lot of challenges and difficulties in America and other parts of the globe, France is trying to attract Indian students in big numbers, and French universities have shown keen interest in extending courses to Indian students. So there are many aspects, because many European nations are looking at India as a potential supplier of key human resource. India is a human resource rich country, and India is also looking at a possibility for ensuring the job opportunities and preparing its human resource, Indian youth, for exploring the global opportunities which are available in European markets, especially in an economy like France. So there is a win-win partnership. Both these leaders will be reviewing those aspects of the India-France partnership, and besides that, the key deliverables in terms of defense partnership, how the defense industrial complex of India and France can collaborate together and take forward the future projects, be it in artificial intelligence, be it the quantum computing, be it the clean technology, or even in the sector of the automobile. How Indian companies and French companies can collaborate in terms of the designing, in terms of the delivery of key platforms, be it the naval platforms, be it the other aspects of the partnership. So there are many aspects, there are many areas where India and France are collaborating. And let me also add, Anjali, here that not only Prime Minister Modi and President Emmanuel Macron are holding these discussions. Parallelly, there is a high-level, delegation-level talks which is underway, in Bangalore as well, where both India and French defense minister will be holding a defense dialogue between these two countries. And after that, in the evening, there will be a separate joint statement between India and France as far as the defense collaboration is concerned. So that is also be a very key area to be we should be looking forward for that. What are the key outcomes coming up from Bangalore as well after the delegation level talks between India and France, especially on the defense sector.
Also joining us is Shivani Sharma. Shivani, if we talk of defense, as Pranay was pointing out, there is a parallel discussion also happening. But we do know, in terms of India's defense arsenal, you know, friend France has been one of the biggest suppliers. So how important is this meeting, and how can India look to expand its arsenal with France's cooperation?
Anjali, remember just last week, India's Defence Acquisition Council has given an approval for the 114 Rafale deal, and there was a mention of Rafales in that statement that came from the Ministry of Defence. That means when Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, is here and he's meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there is discussion that goes around not only on the strategic partnership, AI, but also defence. And we must tell our viewers that with these upcoming deals, France will be the second biggest country with which India shares its defence partnership. The amount of exchange of weapon systems, the deal that is going to happen, it will be massive. And this is not only about the Rafales, but also about the Hammer missiles, for which also discussions are to be open. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is already meeting the Defence Minister of France in Bangalore. So two parallel high-level meetings are going on, Anjali, and we are expecting exchange of MOUs at around 4:30 after the meeting with the Prime Minister and President happens in Mumbai. And later there will be a press statement first in Mumbai, and then there will be a joint statement where we expect a mention of all the defence partnership and upcoming deals and discussions on which India and France are moving ahead with. So certainly this is very important in terms of strategy, in terms of defence, in terms of the Rafales, the biggest ever deal that would be starting soon for discussions after the approvals of the DAC, because Indian Air Force is looking for these advanced fighter jets, and we already have 2 squadrons of them. Rafale Marine for Navy is already signed. The contract is signed. We are waiting for those Rafale Marines, and there is discussion for more set Rafale Marines too. So a lot is happening, Anjali, on the defense side when it comes to the partnership with France. And the meeting of Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is indeed very important, especially in terms of how India is taking the partnership ahead, not only strategically, economically, but also AI summit is on. We know that after today's meeting, tomorrow Emmanuel Macron will be in Delhi, where he'll be participating in the AI summit. So a lot is happening on multiple spheres with France, but yes, defense happens to be one of the focus points of this meeting today.
Right. Thank you, Shivani, for those details that you're bringing about the defense deals. And thank you very much, Pranay. But do stay on with us as we dip into another breaking news that's coming in. News from Bangladesh. Tariq Rahman has taken oath as Bangladesh Prime Minister after winning the polls. BNP leader Tariq Rahman has taken the oath. You see the visuals on your screen right now. 13 cabinet ministers, including the BNP's second-in-command, Mirza Fakhrul Alamgir, took oath after Tariq Rahman. And Yunus Aid is likely to become Tariq Rahman's foreign minister. It is expected that Tariq Rahman will be inducting Dr. Khalilur Rahman in his cabinet. Rahman was serving as the National Security Advisor to the interim government under Mohammad Yunus. Joining us now is India Today's Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, do tell us what we know about the formation of the cabinet.
As per the standard or the set procedure, processes in Bangladesh, Tariq Rahman, after his swearing in, he is going to form the new cabinet and is going to head the new cabinet. Some senior ministers, like our swearing in ceremonies, the cabinet ministers, the minister of state and deputy ministers will take oath. And this is a new beginning in Bangladesh. After the 13th general election, Tariq Rahman has taken over. And now he is sworn in as the new Prime Minister of Bangladesh. And, a lot of hope in Bangladesh with the new Tariq era where he has already indicated that he is for the process of reconciliation. He had meeting with the Jamaat-e-Islami Amir Shafiqur Rahman. He had a meeting with Nahid Islam, the NCP, the student leader who have formed a party and contested this election, though they could not secure a big number of seats. But they will be sitting in the opposition. And In fact, this swearing-in ceremony has presence from various other countries as well. India's Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, along with India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, are there in Dhaka to represent the government of India and people of India during this swearing-in ceremony. But clearly, as Tariq Rahman has indicated that he wants friendly relation with India. Now the test for Tariq Rahman and his intent begins now. He has to balance the relationship. Bangladesh shares its largest and longest border with India.
Right. Also joining us now is India Today's Indrajit Kundu. Indrajit, you were there before the polls, and if you could give us an idea about this cabinet, how shall we read it? How India-friendly or not is it?
Well, there's a big surprise, Anjali, for India right now, because Dr. Khalilur Rahman, who was a national security advisor in the interim government just a few days back, led by Mohammad Yunus, till yesterday, in fact, officially, he has been inducted in this new cabinet. And what we are learning from our sources is that the foreign ministry portfolio, which India has is keenly observing, that could go to Dr. Khalilur Rahman. Dr. Khalilur Rahman, of course, is somebody who used to live abroad. He's a technocrat. He has been brought under that quota into this ministry. He did not fight this election, but in Bangladesh, you do have a quota in which you can bring in people from other walks of life who are well-renowned and well-known. So the BNP seemed to have nominated Dr. Khalilur Rahman to the cabinet. He has just taken oath, and Dr. Khalilur Rahman was the national security advisor when Mohammad Yunus was the chief of the interim government. So Yunus gave an address to the nation last night where he bid adieu. And today afternoon, just a short while back, we got this big surprise. Since morning, there was a lot of buzz as to who is going to be the foreign minister. There were names like Humayun Kabir, who used to be the foreign advisor to Tariq Rahman in the BNP. There were other names that were doing the rounds. And this has come in as a huge surprise. Mohammad Yunus's, key aide, somebody who worked with Mohammad Yunus in the past 1.5 years as a national security advisor in the interim government. He has been sworn in as a cabinet minister under Tariq Rahman in this new government. So in all likelihood, he will be getting the portfolio of the foreign ministry, and that would be very, very consequential. In fact, last year, November, he was in Delhi and he held very crucial meetings, Dr. Khalilur Rahman, as the National Security Advisor of Bangladesh with the NSA of India, Ajit Doval. And there was a very, very significant and important meeting that took place in New Delhi. So at this point in time, this comes as a huge development. Dr. Khalilur Rahman, who was the National Security Advisor for Bangladesh in the interim administration of Mohammad Yunus, has now been inducted in the cabinet of Tariq Rahman, and in all possibility, he would be becoming the next foreign minister of Bangladesh. Anjali.
Right. Thank you, Indrajit. So very interesting there. A career diplomat and economist who served as a national security advisor is now going to be the foreign affairs minister of Bangladesh. And moving on to some news from Delhi, a speeding Scorpio driven by a minor in the national capital has killed a youth with a billion dreams. The road accident took place in Delhi's Dwarka earlier this month. It killed Sahil Dhanishra, who was survived by a single mother in Amakan. The deceased mother is pleading for justice for her only son. Now, the accident took place when a Scorpio being driven by a teenager who's 17 years old, who did not even have a valid driver's license, crashed into a motorcycle and then rammed into a parked taxi. Now, the victim's mother has claimed that the Scorpio was speeding and making reels while performing stunts on roads. The deceased mother also claims that the SUV driver did not even stop after the crash. She has added that there were attempts to distort facts and the teen is a habitual offender. Victim's mother also shared the Instagram reel of the crash with India Today, which was apparently posted by the accused sister. In the video, the SUV can be seen on the single road, and while the deceased Sahil can be seen entering from the wrong side in an attempt to overtake a bus. Speaking to India Today, the minor's driver The minor driver's father described the incident as a naive mistake by his son. He also rejected Sahil's mother's allegations that his family had intimidated her. Emphasizing his empathy, he said that as a father himself, he understands and shares the pain Sahil's mother is going through. And we have some news coming in related to this incident. It seems that the accused, the minor driver's birth certificate, is now accessed exclusively by India Today. His birth certificate is now with India Today, and it clearly shows that the accused is 17 years old. That is what has been claimed by his father also. Remember, in the FIR that was initially registered, he was said to be 19 years old. But now, according to the certificate, the accused was born on August 2009, making him 17 years old. Now, the Delhi police has given a reaction because the accused was initially said to be 19 years old, but the documents after the verification are suggesting that he's 17 years old. But there is a chorus for justice for Sahil, and it's growing louder as his mother and his friends are continuously asking for justice.
जो ऑफेंडिंग व्हीकल था उसमें दो लोग थे, एक सिस्टर थी और एक उसका भाई था। उनसे इनिशियल पूछताछ में, इन्वेस्टिगेशन में उन्होंने अपनी एज 19 ईयर बताई थी, जो कि जैसे ही डॉक्यूमेंट्स वेरीफाई किए गए तो उसकी एज 17 साल कुछ महीने थी। केस रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद उसको जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड में प्रोड्यूस किया गया। जुवेनाइल जस्टिस बोर्ड ने जो जुवेनाइल है उसको 10 तारीख तक तो ऑब्जर्वेशन होम में रखा। आफ्टर दैट एग्जामिनेशन के चलते उसको अंतरिम रिलीफ मिला हुआ है। जो फादर है, जो ऑफेंडिंग व्हीकल का ओनर है, उसके खिलाफ भी हमने उसको बाउंड डाउन किया है और मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट के तहत उसको हम चार्जशीट भी करेंगे।
Some time ago, India Today even spoke to the father of the accused, the minor boy who was driving the vehicle, and he said that his son is a minor. He is 17 years old, and that's when he provided the birth certificate of the boy. Joining us live from Dwarka is India Today's Anshul Singh. Anshul, now that the birth certificate is there and it says that he's 17 years old, how is the action going to proceed? Because it clearly changes the scenario. A 19-year-old faces a different kind of law. A 17-year-old faces different situation.
Well, that's very true. If the accused would have been above the age of 18 and if he would had a valid driving license, then also after the incident had happened, he could have easily gotten a bail. In some cases, the bail is granted from the police station itself, whereas in some cases, the bail is granted from the side of the court, because this is a case of accident and not intentionally attempting to kill someone. But in this case, since the accused is now a juvenile, and that is something that has been proved with evidences by the family in front of the Dwarka police as well, it means that the Dwarka police has no right absolutely to go ahead and arrest the juvenile in any way or any manner. The maximum that they could have done is to bound him down and then produce him in front of the Juvenile Justice Board, and that is something that was done by the Dwarka police. And in fact, the accused juvenile remained behind the bars or remained in custody of the Justice Board for at least 7 to 8 days before the family moved for bail, asking that since the board exams of the accused are supposed to start, and hence he should be granted an interim bail at this point, and hence an interim bail of a few days have been granted to the said accused. However, it is very important to note that the laws of the land are such that the hands of the police or any agency for that matter who looks into such cases are actually tied. So according to the section 199 of the Motor Vehicle Act as well, if a juvenile is driving a vehicle, then action would be taken against the father or the parents of such a juvenile. In this case, the father was also taken into custody. The father was taken into custody for more than 24 hours. He was kept in detention by the police, and then eventually he was allowed to let go, because yet again, this is something that is mandated by the law. The law does not say that the father should be arrested per se, but he should only be constrained, and then eventually if the police deems it necessary that he is cooperating, they can be allowed to let go, and that is something that was done by the Dwarka police in this case as well. So the law does not mandate an immediate arrest or some sort of an punitive action that could be taken, and that is something that was followed in word by the Delhi police. Whereas the parents, we just heard the father of the accused also speaking to us, and he also very clearly states that the entire family is in a lot of trauma that has happened to the ailing mother. That is something that cannot be repented, or that cannot be reduced in any way or any form. But he claims that he has also been receiving a lot of threats, a lot of calls from unknown numbers in which people are abusing him. The people are contacting his family. They are also abusing him. The numbers are out on social media freely.
Right.
People are posting random things about them, and that is something that is affecting the entire family in a very adverse way. So once the investigation gets completed,
right,
we'll get to know that who is at actual fault over here, because we have seen in that video as well that has been accessed out here at India Today. That video also clearly shows that the vehicle, that the bike of the victim came from front, which was right behind a school bus, and suddenly this accident happened. So who was at fault, who was driving at a greater pace, who cut the lines? This is something that will be investigated in detail and then eventually be submitted in the courts by the Delhi police in the next few days itself.
Right. Thank you, Anshul, for those details. So there are many layers to an accident that happens like this. It's not just about the fault, but also what we are learning from this. So let's try and listen to what exactly the families of both the victim and the accused are saying.
ये बहुत ज्यादा दुखदाई था मेरे को. मैं अपने कोई भी माँ कभी जीवन में अपने बच्चे को ऐसे ना देखे, कोई दुश्मन भी ना देखे. The way I saw my child and the way I have kept him entire my life.
We at India Today, we are extremely sorry with the ordeal that you've gone through. But I have to take my question.
That was shocking. I'm not able to forget the way he was. He was on the road. Oh my God, in such bad shape. That is terrifying. Terrible. That was horrible. That was horrible.
And now, after that, the police, they arrested him. Then there was a change in his age. You raised certain kind of a suspicion.
Police has given me the reason that next day documents were justified. They have done their own verification from MCD certificate and Aadhaar. I don't know. I have not seen anything yet. I'm still waiting because police is busy with the AI summit and all. So no one is available. So
they were making reels.
Actually, they were making fun reels. ये लोग fun reels बनाने के लिए रोड पे गाड़ी लेके निकले थे. वो इंस्टीट्यूट एरिया है, वहाँ पे 20, 30, 40 से ज्यादा की स्पीड हो ही नहीं सकती किसी भी गाड़ी की. और ये वहाँ पे कितनी स्पीड में थे कि मेरे बच्चे को उड़ाने के बाद I have come to know from people जिन्होंने रील्स बनाई है, जिन्होंने वीडियोस रिकॉर्ड करी है, जो ऑन द स्पॉट पब्लिक ने इनको पकड़ा है. नाउ देयर आर अनदर थिंग्स कमिंग कि हमारी तो गाड़ी नहीं थी, हमारी तो गाड़ी नहीं है, वो चोरी की गाड़ी है और ऑल दिस ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला. उसका बाप जो है इस तरह की कुछ स्टेटमेंट दे रहा है कि हमारी तो वो गाड़ी ही नहीं है.
Also, for our viewers, we want to point that this is an unlicensed driver. The driver does not have a license to drive the car, and she's raised allegations. We have those copy of the challans, ma'am. 13 challans against that same
car. हमने अभी 3-4 दिन पहले ही जिस दिन चलान हमने निकाले इसके, हमारे पास रिकॉर्ड आया, उसके अगले दिन ही सारे चलान जो हैं वो पेड ऑफ हो गए और ओनली टू वर पेंडिंग जो हमने अपना निकाला है. उसके बाद कल मैंने जो है इसके यूपी के भी चलान चेक करे हैं. यूपी में भी इसके बहुत सारे चलान हैं और सब ओवर स्पीडिंग और इन सब रैश ड्राइविंग के हैं.
So, ma'am, it's also a negligence by our system that for all these while this car had overspeeding challans, it was still running. No one was there to look. Do you realize?
Obviously, this is system also. This is system also. एक ही गाड़ी बार-बार एक ही क्राइम कर रही है, उसको कोई स्टॉप नहीं कर रहा है. क्यों? दूसरों के बच्चों के मरने का वेट कर रहे हैं. बाद में 2,000 रुपए लेके बेल दे देगी उनको. 1,000 रुपए, 2,000 रुपए, 4,000 रुपए, ये वैल्यू है हमारे बच्चों की. ये रिक्शे वाले भी इससे ज्यादा कमाते हैं. हम लोग इतना हार्ड एंड मनी पूरी जिंदगी अपने बच्चों को पालने में, उनको एक फ्यूचर देने में, उनको शेप करने में खत्म कर देते हैं माँ बाप. दिस इज द वैल्यू. सिस्टम की 2,000, 4,000 रुपए की वैल्यू है आज की तारीख में. इजंट इट अ जोक? ये पैसे के दम पे इसका बाप किसको क्या लगता है? इसको क्या लगता है? पब्लिक छोड़ देगी इसको.
And also, you know, the law in the country when it comes to hit and run
cases. Why it is so? Why it is so? Why it diluted? So? People don't trust. our own country, people send their children abroad. They're not sure to have the future of their children. जिनके पास पैसा है सिर्फ वही अपने बच्चों के फ्यूचर के लिए कुछ देख सकते हैं. हमारे जैसे लोग कहाँ जाएंगे? This is system. Why this is so? Why this is so?
You know, ma'am, we are very sorry for the ordeal that you've gone through.
मेरे बच्चा कभी घर नहीं आएगा. मैं क्या करूं? 23 साल मैंने अकेले पाला उसको. वो कभी घर नहीं आएगा. मेरे पास क्या रीजन है अब घर आने का? बताओ. मेरे पास क्या रीजन है काम पे जाने का?
जो विक्टिम है उनकी माँ का ये कहना है कि उनके पास भी थ्रेट कॉल आ रहे हैं, उनको पैसे देके बात छुलटाने की बात की जा रही है. इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है?
मेरे तरफ से कोई भी कॉल अगर गया हो, वो मेरे कॉल द्वारा हिस्ट्री उनके पास हो. मेरे पास तो खुद ही उनके तरफ से कॉल आ रहा, गाली भद्दी गाली आ रहा, जो मैं डाटा आपको दे सकता हूँ. काफ़ी लोग गाली दे रहे हैं, जो मैं आपको माँ बहन पूरी रात कॉल बजा है. हमने दोनों बंद कर दिए फ़ोन. हमने किससे हमने क्या बताऊँ. पूरे फैमिली, मेरा बच्चा भी मेरा 10वीं का एग्ज़ाम है, डिप्रेशन में चला गया. मुझे नहीं लग रहा जो क्या कर पाएगा, क्या नहीं कर पाएगा. उस माँ के लिए भी मुझे दर्द है. मैं बिल्कुल समझ सकता हूँ. मुझे कोई इसमें नहीं है जो वो माँ है. मुझे अब उस दर्द को मैं कैसे बयां करूँ आपके सामने. पूरे फैमिली हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा दिल से इस घटना के लिए मतलब बयां कर रहे हैं. शर्मिंदा है जो हुआ. मैं अपने बच्चे को भी और उनका भी बच्चे के लिए भी, मेरे तरफ से कोई फ़ोन अगर उनको गया हो, गलत फ़ोन गया तो दिखा सकती है.
आ रहा है सामने कि बच्चे की जो उम्र है वो पहले एफआईआर में 19 साल लिखी गई और उसके बाद फिर पुलिस कह रही है कि 17 साल है. तो एग्जैक्ट उम्र क्या है, कब पैदा हुआ था और क्या जुवेनाइल है या 18 से बड़ा है आपका लड़का?
बच्चा का डेट ऑफ बर्थ जो है 2/8/2009 का है. मौके पे मुखबरी में कोई बोले बड़ा थोड़ा उसका हेल्दी शरीर है, इसके कारण से पब्लिक कोई गाली दे के बोल रहा था 19 का है, 20 का है. मगर मेरा बच्चा का जो जेन्युइन डेट ऑफ बर्थ है,
ये डॉक्यूमेंट है. अगर ये डॉक्यूमेंट आप दिखा दें. I'll ask my camera person to get a bit close and just to show the birth certificate. हाँ सर.
2/8/2009 का डेट ऑफ बर्थ है इसका, जो एमसीडी से सर्टिफिकेट मिलता है. और सारे डॉक्यूमेंटेशन पुलिस के पास जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है हमने उस पुलिस को रिसीव भी कराया.
So you heard two sides of that story. The mother of the victim clearly demanding justice and saying that she's being intimidated by the family of the accused. Whereas the accused family, his father is saying he's a minor and they have not tried to intimidate anyone. In fact, he's claiming that he's the one who's getting calls from random numbers, and this is what is coming to fore. And now news coming in of another hit-and-run shocker that is now coming to light. This is a horrific incident that is coming from Rajasthan's Jaipur. A Scorpio has rammed into two young men who were riding on a scooter late last night. We're bringing you the CCTV visuals of that incident that happened last night. The accident occurred at around 11:50 p.m. on Monday. According to reports, the two young men were leaving their homes on their scooters to go out to eat. Traffic was normal when a Scorpio coming from behind at high speed struck the scooter. Joining us right now is India Today's Devankur. Do tell us what happened in this incident and what is the situation of the police investigation?
Visuals are quite horrific. It shows how a Scorpio vehicle hit a scooty from behind, and two of the personal people who were there, who were scooty born, were killed at the spot itself. Narendra is one of the persons who died, and along with that person, there was another person who was on the scooty who got hit by the Scorpio vehicle. Both of them died at the spot itself, and as per information, the CCTV footage of the Scorpio has emerged, which shows how terrible the accident was. The police is investigating the entire matter, trying to find out whether the Scorpio driver was in an inebriated state, and further investigations in this case are currently on. But this clearly shows how in the past as well there have been several incidents of reckless driving causing deaths of innocent people. And this case as well, it quite clearly shows how a Scorpio vehicle being recklessly driven has caused the death of 2 people. The police is investigating the entire case and trying to find out more about the Scorpio owner and get to the depth of the case. The CCTV footage is evidence in itself and shows how the Scorpio hit the scooty and caused the accident, which turned out to be fatal for 2 people. Anjali?
Right. Thank you for all those details. That was Devankur Vadhavan, who was telling us how this entire incident happened. It's time for a short break now. On the other side, we keep bringing you more news updates, so stay tuned.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
India's AI moment is here. Global AI leaders. India's top decision makers. Turning ideas into action. One stage, one defining conversation. Be part of the conversation shaping India's AI future. India Today AI Summit 2026, February 18th, all day long.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured. Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 350, Mumbai 163, Kolkata 189, Bangalore 154, Chennai 188, Hyderabad 163.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Iran has been on edge for the past couple of years. Iranian state television has confirmed that indirect nuclear talks between Iran and the United States have begun in Geneva. India Today brings you an exclusive report from the primary nuclear enrichment facilities in Natanz and Isfahan areas. This marks the second round of negotiations, coming months after a dramatic escalation in 2025 when US forces struck Iran's nuclear sites. Our team on the ground has visited the very areas at the center of these tensions.
आज तक की टीम इस समय मौजूद है नातांज शहर में। नातांज शहर तेहरान से करीबन 250 किलोमीटर से ज़्यादा की दूरी पर है और करीबन यहाँ पर आने के लिए 6 से 7 घंटा लग जाता है। इस समय आज तक की टीम जब यहाँ पहुँची, ये इलाका बहुत शांत हमको दिखा। हालांकि ये वो इलाका, आप समझ जाइए कि ये वही इलाका है जहाँ पर पिछले साल अमेरिका ने 3 शहरों पर फोर्दो, नातांज और इस्फहान में 3 अटैक किए थे और अमेरिका का मानना था कि उसने जो कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं ईरान की न्यूक्लियर कैपेबिलिटीज़, उनको पूरी तरीके से बर्बाद कर दिया है। अभी यहीं पर हम लोग मौजूद हैं। अगर आप देख रहे हो मेरे पीछे, अभी ये शहर शांत है और इसे थोड़ी पीछे, यानी करीबन माना जाता है कि 8 से 10 किलोमीटर के पीछे वो पहाड़ी इलाकों के अंदर वो फैसिलिटीज़ हैं नातांज शहर में, जहाँ पर लगातार अमेरिका की तरफ से अटैक किए गए थे। ये इलाका बहुत क्लासिफाइड है, इलाका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा मूवमेंट नहीं होती है। यहाँ पर चुनिंदा घर है और वो लोग रहते हैं जो या तो आप कह सकते हैं कि सरकारी महकमों में काम करते हो या फिर यहाँ के अपने लोग जो लोकली बिजनेस यहाँ पर करते हो। ज़्यादातर लोग यहाँ पर आके बसते नहीं है क्योंकि ये तेहरान से करीब 250 से 300 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है। आज तक की टीम यहाँ पहुँची है और आपको पहला ऐसा चैनल, दुनिया का पहला ऐसा चैनल इस समय आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ जो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, जो आपको पल पल की ना सिर्फ ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट दिखा रहा है बल्कि उन शहरों में भी, आपको उन इलाकों में भी दिखा रहा है जहां पर लगातार कह सकते हैं कि आने वाले वक्त में भी खतरा चरम पर है। यानी एक बार फिर से अगर अमेरिका अटैक करता है तो अमेरिका उन्हीं न्यूक्लियर साइट्स पर अटैक करेगा जो आप कह सकते हैं कि ईरान के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इस समय मौजूद है इस्फहान में, जो ईरान के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण शहरों में से एक है। इसका अगर आप हिस्टोरिकल पर्सपेक्टिव देखें तो इसे, वैसे जिस जगह में मौजूद है, इसे कहा जाता है नक्शे जहान। यानी ये इस्फहान की सबसे बड़ी पहचान है जो दुनिया भर में प्रसिद्ध है। यानी इस्फहान को अगर पहचानना हो तो फिर नक्शे जहान ज़रूर आना पड़ता है। लेकिन इसका एक और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण आप कह सकते हैं कि महत्व है, वो है ये IRGC के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जगह है। यानी यहाँ पर जो इनकी जो एरोस्पेस की जो हेडक्वार्टर्स है वो यही मौजूद है। यहाँ एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स हो या फिर आप कह सकते हैं कि जो उनके यूरेनियम इनरिचमेंट प्लांट्स है वो भी यहाँ मौजूद है। आपको याद होगा 2025 में जब अमेरिका ने अटैक किए थे तो इस्फहान ही दूसरी ऐसी जगह थी जिसपे सबसे ज़्यादा अटैक किए गए थे। यानी पहले अटैक सबसे ज़्यादा जो थे वो तेहरान में किए गए और फिर इस्फहान में। तो आप मान के चल सकते हैं कि आखिरकार ये इतनी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट लोकेशन अमेरिका या फिर आप कह सकते हैं ईरान के लिए क्यों ज़रूरी होगी। अभी जहाँ मौजूद हैं ये पूरा नक्शे जहान का इलाका मैं आपको दिखाकर समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि ये इलाका इस समय किस तरीके का माहौल यहाँ पर मौजूद है। हालांकि देखिए अभी यहाँ पर लोग बहुत आम जिंदगी जी रहे हैं, लेकिन इस्फहान में भी इस तरीके का अलर्ट जारी है कि अगर कुछ होता है तो इस्फहान को भी आप कह सकते हैं कि तुरंत रेड कॉर्नर या फिर आप कह सकते हैं इमरजेंसी में तब्दील कर दिया जाएगा। यहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी पूरी तरीके से मुस्तैद कर दी जाएगी और यहाँ पर जो चीज़ें हैं ये नेशनल चीज़ें या फिर आप कह सकते हैं लोगों की आवाजाही बंद कर दी जाएगी। नेशनल इमरजेंसी से पहले यहाँ के ताज़ा हालात हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और हम आपको ये भी बताने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आखिरकार इस जगह का इतना ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस क्यों है। यहाँ पर लगातार अमेरिका की नज़रें हमेशा बनी रहती है क्योंकि ये सबसे पुराने न्यूक्लियर इनरिचमेंट साइट्स में से भी एक है और आप मान के चलिए कि इस्फहान के अपने हिस्टोरिकल पर्सपेक्टिव के साथ साथ इसका मिलिट्री पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से कितना ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस ईरान के लिए है।
And it's time for a short break now. On the other side, we bring you news for the here and then.
You are watching India Today.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
When I was commanding a corps in 4 corps in Arunachal, where I was responsible for security of line of actual control of Tawang and area around, I remember we had developed a small artificial intelligence software, low ability, but when there was an attempt by China, foil attempt, that the Yangtze, there is a place where it is disputed and only held by India, only disputed territory held by India. They unprecedented this. They tried their last time their attempt, unprecedented attempt. While this happened for 2 months, through some of the air system, we could see that there is some issue which is building up. But finally, we could predict the time when they are coming with us. And the prediction helped us to place our resources at the right places. And we could foil the attempt of Chinese, unprecedented attempt. And thereafter, having no casualties by us, and we could place our resources and evacuation in time. So no casualty, and highest, I think, unprecedented gallantry award we got in that action, 19 of them. So artificial intelligence prediction tools can actually help you operationally very effectively.
French President Emmanuel Macron is in Mumbai as part of his high-stakes India visit focused on defense, technology and long-term strategic ties. He was welcomed by Chief Minister Fadnavis at Mumbai airport. French President is meeting Prime Minister Modi with the spotlight firmly on deepening defense cooperation and a possible mega Rafale deal. Macron also paid tribute to the victims of 26/11 attacks. The French president, along with his wife, paid their respects to those who lost their lives. A speeding Scorpio driven by a minor in the national capital has killed a youth with a billion dreams. The road accident that took place in Delhi's Dwarka earlier this month killed Sahil, who is survived by a single mother, Ina Makan. The deceased mother is pleading for justice for her son. It's Congress versus Congress in Tamil Nadu. Congress MP Manikam Tagore has triggered a political storm by blaming Congress for carrying the burden of the DMK's errors. Congress Tamil Nadu chief has written to party supremo Mallikarjun Kharge expressing his concerns, but Manikam has rejected any rift within the party. He says the Tamil Nadu Congress chief is like a brother to him and that there is no disagreement between them. TVK has come out in support of the Congress. The party says Manikam is asking the right questions. The global cricket fraternity has come out in support of jailed former Pakistan Prime Minister and World Cup winning captain Imran Khan. 14 former international captains, including Sunil Gavaskar, Kapil Dev, Clive Lloyd and Alan Border, have appealed to Pakistan authorities to ensure dignity and fair treatment for him. Imran Khan has been in jail since 2023 and the signatories have expressed concern over what they describe as denial of basic rights. Vijay Deverakonda and Rashmika Mandanna are reportedly scheduled to get married on February 26th this year. While the wedding venue has not yet been revealed, various reports suggest that the two are tying the knot at a destination wedding in Udaipur. Here's the report.
Not on February 26th, turning one of Tollywood's most adored on-screen pairings into a real-life forever. While the wedding venue has not been revealed yet, various reports suggest that the two are tying the knot at a destination wedding in Udaipur. A wedding reception invite, which now is going viral across social media, reads that the couple will get married in an intimate wedding ceremony on February 26th, and the wedding reception will take place on March 4th in Hyderabad. However, India Today cannot independently verify the authenticity of the card, and neither the couple has issued an official statement confirming the wedding or the invitation. Amid the wedding rumors, Rashmika Mandanna and Vijay Deverakonda were also spotted at the Hyderabad airport.
And last but not least, Vijay.
Now let's also rewind and revisit the beautiful journey of the duo's much talked about love story. Rashmika and Vijay reportedly got engaged at a private ceremony in Hyderabad in October last year. While they did not announce the news of the engagement, the two also did not deny it at various events they attended later. During the success bash of Rashmika's The Girlfriend, Vijay was seen standing by her, supporting her and cheering for her. In a viral video, he was also seen kissing her hand. The two first worked together in the Telugu film Geeta Govindam, which became a massive hit and turned them into one of South cinema's most loved on-screen pairs. Their chemistry was widely appreciated. Frequent holidays at similar locations around the same time, festive celebrations, social media posts and subtle public support for each other's films added to the rumors about the relationship.
In a record-breaking sale, YouTuber and influencer Logan Paul has auctioned his rare Pokemon Illustrator card for a staggering $16 million, once again highlighting the booming market for high-value collectibles. Sujata Sharda decodes this.
Oh my gosh. It's over. It's over. $60 million! $492,000!
Logan Paul has shattered the record books not in the ring, but in the world of collectibles. The YouTube star and WWE personality just sold one of the rarest Pokemon cards ever for a jaw-dropping sum.
$16,492,000. The most expensive trading card of all time. There it is, right there.
Paul's ultra-rare Pikachu Illustrator card, graded a perfect PSA 10 and considered the holy grail of Pokemon cards, fetched $16.492 million at an auction, smashing the previous record.
This is, bro, Pokemon, the greatest franchise in history.
Yes, it is.
Man, when I was playing Game Boy as a kid, just so addicted to this game, my dad never thought it would actually pay off in any way.
Paul originally bought this card in 2021 for about $5.3 million. And this sale earns him over $8 million in profit even after fees. A Guinness World Records official confirmed it's now the most expensive trading card ever sold at an auction.
No way, yes, yes! Yes! Oh my gosh!
Only 39 copies of the Pikachu Illustrator card were ever made, and Paul's is the only one to score a perfect grade, making it one of the most coveted pieces in the hobby. With Sujata Sharda, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured. Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 29 and minimum 16 degrees. Mumbai maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata maximum 32 and minimum 17 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 30 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 31 and minimum 18 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines.
Going straight across to these pictures coming in, Prime Minister Narendra Modi at this point in time. Let's take a look at all of these developments. We're reporting on the meeting with the French President at this point in time. These are images of Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the French President. We'll also be hearing from the leaders in a moment from now on the table discussion on artificial intelligence and, of course, defense that continues to get the headlines here. These images are live on your screens at this point in time. Let's take a look at these images coming in live on your screens. An important meeting that is taking place in Mumbai city. The Prime Minister holding bilateral talks with Macron. Trade, defense deals on top of the agenda. He also has spoken about it on Twitter or X, where he said this was a complete delight to meet his friend. Also, the Prime Minister spoke about the fact that Macron expressed his fondness for the city, had enjoyed a morning run earlier in the day, with those images going completely viral. But what is going to be the big takeaway as far as the bilateral with the French President is concerned? Images are from Lok Bhawan, where the meeting is taking place at this point in time. I'm going to go straight across to Pranay Upadhyay for the very latest on that big story that he is tracking at this point in time. The big question here is what would be the deliverables here, Pranay, as far as the bilaterals are concerned between India and France?
Yeah, if you see the key bilaterals, what we are looking at is the furtherance of India-France partnership in terms of the Horizon 2047, which both countries have agreed. And, in terms of the defense cooperation, obviously that the Rafale fighter jet deal for the India's procurement of 114 fighter jets from France, Dassault Aviation, will be on table of these delegation level talks. But besides that, soon after this delegation level talk, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron would be addressing a key meeting of the CEOs and the business leaders, wherein both the leaders will call upon the industry leaders to take forward this partnership. And in fact, the year 2026, both the countries have decided to celebrate this year as a year of innovation. So how India and France can collaborate in terms of the innovation, in terms of the new and cutting-edge technology.
That's right.
How the
So I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. Just taking our viewers through these images coming in from Mumbai, where the meeting is taking place at this point in time at the Lok Bhavan. The French president seen in these pictures along with the External Affairs Minister S. Shankar, of course, the Prime Minister. They're also leading these talks. On the agenda, diplomacy, certainly defense and artificial intelligence, which continues to be the big headlines here on what to expect. Pranay is going to be joining us back. Once again, Pranay, I'm told, is back with us. Pranay, you were telling us about the big deliverables here, of course. Eyes firmly on what is expected as far as the defense sector is concerned, isn't it? The deal announcement of Rafale, 114 of them is expected.
Sneha, if you can repeat your question, please.
Yes, Pranay, I was asking you about the deliverables here, particularly the focus on the defense sector.
Sneha, if you see the defense sector, the India and France have collaborated to a great extent recently in terms of the Rafale fighter jets. If you see that India has identified Rafale fighter jet for the MMRCA deal, medium multi-role combat aircraft. India has also, decided to procure Rafale fighter jets for its naval platform, as well as now India has also given, the India's Ministry of Defense has recently given acceptance of necessity for the procurement of 114 Rafale fighter jets. Besides that, this fighter jet deal is not only going to help the Indian Air Force, but it is also going to strengthen the cause of Make in India, because Dassault Aviation, the French company, which is actually the manufacturer of Rafale fighter jet, is also looking at making India as a key base for the maintenance, repair and overhauling facility, for the servicing of their aircraft, because France is also looking at procuring or getting a deal in Indonesia as well. And this is going to be a very big development, because as many people have called India-EU FTA as the mother of all deal, now many people are calling this India-France fighter jet deal as the contract of century. So definitely you can see the volume of it. $35 billion is going to be worth of the Rafale fighter jet. However, I can tell you that this meeting is not going to witness the signing of the actual contract or signing of the deal, but definitely both the leaders are going to express their their commitment to further to give a push to this Rafale fighter jet deal, and this is going to be a game changer for Indian Air Force, because Indian Air Force is long awaiting for the replenishment of its squadron strength. It's in fact looking for the supply of the fighter jet deals, and also in terms of the defense procurement, we are also looking at the missiles, the Hammer missiles, furthering the range of the Scalp and the Meteor missile for the new fleet of Rafale fighter jets. And on top of that, the Safran engine deal is also going to be a game changer and a key deal which will be on table of these delegation level talks between India and France, because India is trying to partner with France in terms of building its own fighter jet engine, and Safran, a French company, is likely to be partnering with India in the development of this fighter jet engines for Indian Air Force and Indian fighter jets.
Yes, absolutely. Be with us, Pranay. I'm coming back to you in a moment from now. I'm going to also go across to Shivani for more on that. Shivani, of course, tracks the defense for us. And this is, Shivani, a part, of course, of an ongoing conversation that is happening between both the countries, and larger work to be done, more work to be done as far as the defense sector is concerned, isn't it?
Sneha, see, so far for India, Russia happens to be biggest defense partner, but with the upcoming deal, especially with France, which its connection with the Rafale jets, the 114 Rafale jets, the deal is still to be discussed and signed. But you know, the DAC has already approved it on 12th of February, and this will be under discussions by both the countries. Apart from the Rafale for the Indian Air Force, there are discussions already open for more Rafales, the additional 31 Rafales for the Indian Navy. We know that 26 Rafales for the Indian Navy, the Rafale Marines deals has already been signed last year.
Okay.
And we are awaiting those Rafales for the Indian Navy. Not only Rafales, Sneha, but the Hammer missiles, the helicopters, the engines for the advanced jets. Everything is now being discussed with France, and this makes France as one of the most important and the top defense partners. So this visit and meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Emmanuel Macron is not only about the strategy, the economy, the AI summit, but the most important factor happens to be the defense deals that are the upcoming deals, one of the very big deals. And certainly two parallel meetings happening out here. One with Prime Minister and President in Mumbai, where a lot of MOUs are also going to be exchanged between the delegations of both the countries. But yes, another meeting that's happening in Bangalore, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is meeting his French counterpart.
Yes.
And it also comes in connection with the MROs and the missile systems for the Rafales too. So many things happening. Certainly a big meeting happening today between India and France.
A big meeting in Mumbai and in Bengaluru as well, like Shivani is pointing out. Pranay, apart from defense, trade is also something that both the countries are looking at very closely. What is expected on that front?
As you know that India and European Union have signed the India-EU FTA bilaterally. India and France would also be looking at expanding the trade ties. If you see the French investment in India, that is at around around $15 billion worth of French investment. France is also looking at expanding those kind of investment in India. And if you see not only the defense collaboration between India and France, but see the spectrum, the amount of civil aviation partnership between India and France. Falcon business jet are likely to be produced. The major part of their fuselage will be produced in India, in Pune. Besides that, the research and development facility of Dassault Aviation will be in Pune. And in fact, the H-125 helicopter, the civilian helicopter, will be produced. The final assembly line will be inaugurated by these two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and President Macron, virtually in Kolar of Karnataka. So that is also going to be a big thing, and these developments are going to give a big boost to India's Make in India program, because
France what about a joint press conference or statement of sorts? A statement of sorts expected at any point in time, Pranay?
Yeah, after the conclusion of these delegation-level talks, Sneha, we are expecting, both leaders to face the cameras, and they will be giving out a media statement. And after the media statement, there's going to be the signing of the agreements as well. And also, we are expecting a joint statement after the summit-level meeting of Prime Minister Modi and President Emmanuel Macron.
Well, absolutely. Of course, we're talking about trade, we're talking about artificial intelligence, but defense is what also continues to be headlined. The reason why, because it's the much-awaited discussion on procuring Rafales, and that is something that everyone is looking at very closely. Much-needed boost for the squadron, like Pranay was pointing out. Shivani, look at, talk to us a little about how this is being viewed in terms of capacity building in the country for our Air Force. Also on how this is going to boost the squadron in that sense.
See, Sneha, the squadron strength right now of the Indian Air Force is 29 after the retirements of the last two squadrons of MiG in September last year. So Indian Air Force is desperately waiting for new fighter jets. It wants to enhance its fighter squadron strength to 42. And with the MRFA now open, the multi-role fighter aircraft program has been delayed for quite some time. But now when it is open, and there's a lot of hope about procuring these Rafales very soon after the deal, discussions will happen and the finalization of the deal will take place. Though there are certain conditions that the Indian government has put, that this has to be a government-to-government deal where around 42 to 50% of the indigenous content has to be there. And there has to be full authorization of the integration of weapon systems in these Rafales that will be mostly manufactured in India. So certainly when these 114 Rafale deals will be locked and these Rafales will be procured, it will be a huge capability enhancement for the Indian Air Force, which has been waiting. And we know that the Tejas program has been delayed now. Tejas, which is being manufactured by the HAL, is delayed. We are still waiting for those first fighter jets, the Tejas Mark 1As. But in the meantime, to fill that gap, the 114 MRFA deal that happens to be with France for the Rafales will make that strength enhanced, because, you know, some squadrons will be brought in the flyaway condition. So this is certainly a big step by the Indian government, and we've seen after Operation Sindoor how the speed of these procurements have aggressively enhanced, Sneha, and that's what we've seen, that the Defence Procurement Board gave the nod on in the month of January, and very soon on 12th of February the DAC approved this Rafale deal. So now the discussions will be open, and it's been expected that this deal will also be a very pacey and a quick deal, so that the Indian Air Force gets its Rafales very soon. We already have 2 squadrons, much more are awaited. So certainly a positive sign, and with the visit of President Emmanuel Macron, it's been expected that it will be a very quick deal that will come into place.
That's
so
right,
that our Indian Air
deal
Force gets more Rafales.
Absolutely. Be with us. I'm coming back to you. Pranay, this is today, but what about tomorrow? We also have a lot as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, with the president expected to be a part of the AI summit as well, the India AI summit.
Before I answer this question of Sneha, of yours, let me add what Shivani was trying to make, that as far as this Rafale fighter jet deal for India, this is actually India putting a full stop on all those suspicions, all those questions which were raised after Operation Sindoor, and on the quality of India's confidence on the Rafale fighter jets. This is India's statement, and in fact, this meeting has actually given out a big statement on the global stage that India, makes the friendship, and India knows how to take forward its friends along, whatever the outcome is, and how India, partners with strong countries like France, and in fact partners in terms of all the aspects and all the various areas of the spectrum. But coming to the cutting and new age technology, as you know that last year France hosted the AI Impact Summit, and at that point of time President Emmanuel Macron, who hosted that summit, in fact took along Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with him on the dais, and in fact given a special gesture to Prime Minister Narendra Modi by ensuring his presence there. And now it is time for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to reciprocate, and in fact French President Emmanuel Macron will be there at Bharat Mandapam for the India AI Impact Summit. In fact, that is the biggest ever AI Impact Summit or AI brainstorming session which is being hosted by any country, and in fact this is happening for the first time in any country of global south. So cutting edge technology, the new age technology, how India and France can collaborate in artificial intelligence to make artificial intelligence more accountable. In fact, the process which was conceived in Paris will be taken forward in the Delhi declaration of this AI Impact Summit, which is being hosted by India. And besides that, how India and France can collaborate to make tangible gains, and in fact deliver the key gains in terms of the projects, in terms of the startup incubation, in terms of the finance facilitation, and in terms of the new age solution, be it the farming sector, be it the education sector, be it the agriculture sector, because these are the key areas, not only a area of key concern for India, but many other many countries of the global south.
Absolutely. I'm going to come back to you, Pranay and Shivani, getting in those details at this point in time. We're talking to our viewers about the importance of this meeting, the French president in India and Mumbai holding talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These are bilateral talks, and of course, on the agenda, trade, defense, yes, diplomacy, artificial intelligence, something that we would be talking about tomorrow, with the French president expected to be a part of the AI summit. But the big headline here, the procurement and the deal on the Rafale jets, is what our reporters are in fact talking about, the importance of the same, the importance of procurement, and how that really is going to boost the squadron. I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. We will continue to come back to you for more on that, Shivani and Pranay. We're shifting focus now. Let's tell you about the speeding Scorpio driven by a minor in the national capital that killed a youth with a billion dreams. The road accident that took place in Delhi's Dwarka earlier this month killed Sahil Dhaneshra, who was survived by a single mother, Inna Makan. The deceased mother is pleading for justice for her only son. The accident took place when a Scorpio being driven by a teenager who did not even have a valid driver's license crashed into a motorcycle and then rammed into a parked taxi. The victim's mother has claimed the Scorpio was speeding, was making reels while performing the stunts on the road. The victim's mother also says the SUV driver did not even stop after the crash. She's added that there are attempts to distort facts and the accused here is a habitual offender. The victim's mother has also shared the Instagram reel of the crash with India Today, which was apparently posted by the sister of the accused here. In the video, the SUV can be seen on the single road, and while the deceased Sahil can be seen entering from the wrong side in an attempt to overtake a bus. Speaking to India Today, the minor driver's father described the accident as a naive mistake by his son. He's also rejected Sahil's mother's accusation here that his family had intimidated her. Emphasizing his empathy, he said that as a father himself, he understands and shares the pain Sahil's mother is going through.
ये बहुत ज्यादा दुखदाई था मेरे को। मैं अपने कोई भी माँ कभी जीवन में अपने बच्चे को ऐसे ना देखे, कोई दुश्मन भी ना देखे। The way I saw my child and the way I have kept him entire my life.
We at India Today, we are extremely sorry with the ordeal that you've gone through. But I have to take my question.
That was shocking. I'm not able to forget the way he was. He was on the road. Oh my God, in such bad shape. That is terrifying. Terrible. That was horrible. That was horrible.
And now after that, the police, they arrested him. Then there was a change in his age. You raised certain kind of a suspicion.
Police has given me the reason that next day documents were justified. They have done their own verification from MCD certificate and Aadhaar. I don't know. I have not seen anything yet. I'm still waiting because police is busy with the AI summit and all. So no one is available. So
they were making reels, you were saying.
Actually they were making fun reels. ये लोग fun reels बनाने के लिए रोड पे गाड़ी लेके निकले थे। वो इंस्टीट्यूट एरिया है, वहाँ पे 20, 30, 40 से ज्यादा की स्पीड हो ही नहीं सकती किसी भी गाड़ी की। और ये वहाँ पे कितनी स्पीड में थे कि मेरे बच्चे को उड़ाने के बाद I have come to know from people जिन्होंने रील्स बनाई है, जिन्होंने वीडियोस रिकॉर्ड करी है, जो ऑन द स्पॉट पब्लिक ने इनको पकड़ा है। नाउ देयर आर अनदर थिंग्स कमिंग कि हमारी तो गाड़ी नहीं थी, हमारी तो गाड़ी नहीं है, वो चोरी की गाड़ी है और ऑल दिस ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला। उसका बाप जो है इस तरह की कुछ स्टेटमेंट दे रहा है कि हमारी तो वो गाड़ी ही नहीं है।
Also, for our viewers, we want to point that this is an unlicensed driver. The driver does not have a license to drive the car, and she's raised allegations. We have those copy of the challans, ma'am. 13 challans against that same
car. हमने अभी 3-4 दिन पहले ही जिस दिन चलान हमने निकाले इसके, हमारे पास रिकॉर्ड आया, उसके अगले दिन ही सारे चलान जो हैं वो पेड ऑफ हो गए और ओनली टू वर पेंडिंग जो हमने अपना निकाला है। उसके बाद कल मैंने जो है इसके यूपी के भी चलान चेक करे हैं। यूपी में भी इसके बहुत सारे चलान हैं और सब ओवर स्पीडिंग और इन सब रैश ड्राइविंग के हैं।
So ma'am, it's also a negligence by our system that for all these while this car had over speeding challans, it was still running. No one was there to look. Do you realize?
Obviously, this is system also. This is system also. एक ही गाड़ी बार-बार एक ही क्राइम कर रही है, उसको कोई स्टॉप नहीं कर रहा है। क्यों? दूसरों के बच्चों के मरने का वेट कर रहे हैं। बाद में 2000 रुपए लेके बेल दे देगी उनको। 1000 रुपए, 2000 रुपए, 4000 रुपए, ये वैल्यू है हमारे बच्चों की। ये रिक्शे वाले भी इससे ज्यादा कमाते हैं। हम लोग इतना हार्ड एंड मनी पूरी जिंदगी अपने बच्चों को पालने में, उनको एक फ्यूचर देने में, उनको शेप करने में खत्म कर देते हैं माँ बाप। दिस इज द वैल्यू। सिस्टम की 2000-4000 रुपए की वैल्यू है आज की तारीख में। इजंट इट अ जोक? ये पैसे के दम पे इसका बाप किसको क्या लगता है? इसको क्या लगता है? पब्लिक छोड़ देगी इसको?
Also, you know the law in the country when it comes to hit and run.
Why it is so? Why it is so? Why it is so? People don't trust our own country. People send their children abroad. They're not sure to have the future of their children. जिनके पास पैसा है सिर्फ वही अपने बच्चों के फ्यूचर के लिए कुछ देख सकते हैं, हमारे जैसे लोग कहाँ जाएंगे? This is system. Why this is so? Why this is so?
You know, ma'am, we are very sorry for the ordeal that you've gone through.
मेरा बच्चा कभी घर नहीं आएगा, मैं क्या करूं? मैं क्या करूं? 23 साल मैंने अकेले पाला उसको, वो कभी घर नहीं आएगा। मेरे पास क्या रीजन है अब घर आने का, बताओ? मेरे पास क्या रीजन है काम पे जाने का?
जो विक्टिम है उनकी माँ का ये कहना है कि उनके पास भी थ्रेट कॉल आ रहे हैं, उनको पैसे देके बात सुलझाने की बात की जा रही है, इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है?
मेरे तरफ से कोई भी कॉल अगर गया हो, वो मेरे कॉल द्वारा हिस्ट्री उनके पास हो, मेरे पास तो खुद ही उनके तरफ से कॉल आ रहा, गाली भद्दी भद्दी गाली आ रहा, जो मैं डाटा आपको दे सकता हूँ। काफ़ी लोग गाली दे रहे हैं, जो मैं आपको माँ बहन पूरी रात कॉल बजा है, हमने दोनों बंद कर दिए फ़ोन। हमने किससे हमने क्या क्या बताऊँ, पूरे फैमिली, मेरा बच्चा भी मेरा 10वीं का एग्ज़ाम है, डिप्रेशन में चला गया। मुझे नहीं लग रहा जो क्या कर पाएगा क्या नहीं कर पाएगा। उस माँ के लिए भी मुझे दर्द है, मैं बिल्कुल समझ सकता हूँ, मुझे कोई इसमें नहीं है जो वो माँ है। मुझे अब उस दर्द को मैं कैसे बयां करूँ आपके सामने। पूरे फैमिली हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा बहुत दिल से इस घटना के लिए मतलब बयां कर रहे हैं। शर्मिंदा है जो हुआ, मैं अपने बच्चे को भी और उनका भी बच्चे के लिए भी। मेरे तरफ से कोई फ़ोन अगर उनको गया हो, गलत फ़ोन गया तो दिखा सकती है।
आ रहा है सामने कि बच्चे की जो उम्र है वो पहले एफआईआर में 19 साल लिखी गई और उसके बाद फिर पुलिस कह रही है कि 17 साल है। तो एग्जैक्ट उम्र क्या है, कब पैदा हुआ था और क्या जुवेनाइल है या 18 से बड़ा है आपका लड़का?
बच्चा का डेट ऑफ बर्थ जो है 2/8/2009 का है। मौके पे मुखबरी में कोई बोले बड़ा थोड़ा उसका हेल्दी शरीर है, इसके कारण से पब्लिक कोई गाली दे के बोल रहा था 19 का है 20 का है, मगर मेरा बच्चा का जो जेन्युइन डेट ऑफ बर्थ है।
ये डॉक्यूमेंट है, अगर ये डॉक्यूमेंट आप दिखा दें। I'll ask my camera person to get a bit close and just to show the birth certificate. हाँ सर,
2/8/2009 का डेट ऑफ बर्थ है इसका, जो एमसीडी से सर्टिफिकेट मिलता है और सारे डॉक्यूमेंटेशन पुलिस के पास जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है हमने उस पुलिस को रिसीव भी कराया है।
देखो, एक बंदा होता है ना जो बहुत इंस्पिरेशनल और मोटिवेटिंग होता है, और इतना हार्ड वर्किंग बंदा मैंने आज तक अपनी ज़िंदगी में देखा था ना। मैं अपने किसी और दोस्त को बोल सकता हूँ कि वो उसकी जितनी मेहनत करता होगा अपनी फैमिली के लिए और खुद के लिए। पहली बात तो थोड़ा जेल टाइम सर्व करे, उसको उस चीज़ की पनिशमेंट तो मिले, वो जो चीज़ उसने करी है वो खाली हाथ ना जाए। उसको ये याद रहे कि भाई मैंने अगर 2 लाइफ ली हैं तो क्या मायने रखती थी वो। उसके फादर को ये पता चले कि भाई अपने बेटे को, जिसके पास लाइसेंस भी नहीं है, उसको बाहर भेजने का क्या वो हो सकता है।
जो बाइक पे थे उनकी हालत कैसी थी, वो स्पॉट पे
बिल्कुल ऑन द स्पॉट हो गए थे, डेड।
अच्छा,
हाँ जी।
आपको आवाज सुनाई दी थी? आप आसपास ही काम करते थे?
आसपास में यहाँ पे काम करती हूँ मैं, और यहाँ पे पब्लिक वगैरह इकट्ठी हो गई थी, पे कंप्लेंट वगैरह की, कॉल वगैरह की, फिर आए सब लेके गए उन्हों को। वो तो यहीं पे डेड हो गए थे, चार्जर वगैरह सब कुछ बाइक के ना पूरे पार्ट्स डेड हो गए थे, कुछ भी पार्ट नहीं बचा था।
पुलिस कितने देर में आई थी?
पुलिस आई थी, बहुत देर में आई थी, बट आई थी, बहुत देर में आई थी।
I'm going straight across to Anshul, getting in more details in that story, has been tracking that and also has spoken with the father of the accused right here. Anshul, for our viewers, put this into perspective. He's got bail. On what condition? And the fact that even the victim here was driving on the wrong side is something that has been underscored by the family of the accused, isn't it?
Well, yes, this is something that the family of the victim has claimed, that it was a single road, but India Today went on the ground, and it was just a service lane kind of a road, and vehicles from both the sides are allowed to move in that. We have seen in that footage as well that how as soon as the vehicle of the accused went out of his house, it initially got the first left, and then it tried to speed up. It is at this point that a school bus was coming from the other side, and the bike that Sahil was driving was behind that school bus, and suddenly Sahil tried to in fact go ahead and overtake that bus, and it is at that point that this entire collision happened, in which Sahil was dragged for a few meters, and then eventually a swift vehicle that was parked on the side of the road that also got involved in the accident as well. So now the charges on which the bail has been granted is that first of all he is a juvenile and hence he cannot be sent to jail because that is something that the law mandates, and hence he was put into juvenile custody for at least 6 days. He was taken into custody on the 4th of February. He was released on bail on the 10th of February.
Yes.
And it is,
so tell our viewers that this is a developing story and that this incident has taken place a few weeks ago, and that's the reason why only after the mother, in fact, put out that video is when it was spotlighted in that sense. Of course, India Today has been tracking that story from the national capital. I'm going to leave it at that for the moment until getting asked those inputs. Moving on, just a short drive from the national capital, Palwal, part of the national capital region, is battling a worrying health emergency. In one village alone, at least 7 people have died in the past 2 weeks under mysterious circumstances. The administration has rushed to the spot to respond. Health camps have been set up. Medical teams are conducting tests, trying to identify the exact cause of the illness. But on the ground, angry and anxious villagers point to one suspected culprit: contaminated water. They claim unsafe drinking water is slowly poisoning their community. What is really behind these deaths, and why did it take multiple fatalities for action to begin? Take a look at this ground report.
In a district barely an hour away from India's national capital, a health emergency is unfolding. Several people have lost their lives due to a mysterious illness over the past 2 weeks in the Chaisa village in Haryana's Palwal. Panic has gripped the village following the sudden spike in deaths and infections. Health teams are collecting blood samples to identify positive cases and break the chain of transmission.
Blood samples are being taken of the villagers, and this is being done to ensure that all the blood samples are then later on investigated and thoroughly checked, so that the doctors are able to find out the reason of a disease outbreak which is being claimed by the people. There is not only one team, but there are multiple teams. Those are now working on the ground.
Officials say that several of the deceased have tested positive for hepatitis B, prompting large-scale screening.
यहाँ पर हम सभी पेशेंट्स की स्क्रीनिंग कर रहे हैं. जो भी पेशेंट आ रहे हैं कि किसी को काला पीलिया की शिकायत तो नहीं है, हेपेटाइटिस बी, हेपेटाइटिस सी, ये सबका टेस्ट कर रहे हैं. इसमें मौतों के तो भिन्न-भिन्न कारण हैं. कुछ मौतें में जो हुई हैं उनमें हेपेटाइटिस बी पॉजिटिव मिला है 3-4-5 डेथ्स में.
हमने तहकीकात शुरू कर दी थी कि किस वजह से ये हेपेटाइटिस बढ़ रही है, कहाँ कैसे हो रही है. पानी की भी जांच करवाई है और क्लोरिनेट करवाया. डीसी साहब वाज ऑन द जॉब देयर.
But villagers are alleging that contaminated water may also be behind the rising illnesses. Fear has spread, with some residents hesitant to undergo testing.
कम से कम 40 से 50 लोग अभी तक पॉजिटिव पाए गए हैं. यहाँ पे जो है 23 से 24 लोग अभी तक मर चुके हैं, जिनमें जो है 10-12 लोग तो हेपेटाइटिस बी के कारण ही मरे हैं.
क्या तबीयत खराब लग रही है आपको?
जी.
क्या हुआ है?
ये पॉजिटिव पाया जी. इसी में
गंदा पानी पिया था या क्या किस लिए, क्या कारण?
हाँ जी, पानी तो ये रहने वाले कोई पी रहे हैं, क्या करें, मजबूरी है. पानी है ही नहीं, खारा पानी है यहाँ पे.
14-year-old Sariq died last week. His family alleges negligence and lack of timely treatment.
उसको हल्का सा बुखार चढ़ा.
During this visit, the two sides have further strengthened the India-France strategic partnership with more than 20 agreements and outcomes in diverse areas of cooperation, straddling defense, economy, digital transformation, skilling and health. The year 2026 also marks the India-France Year of Innovation. We will begin the event with the witnessing the virtual inauguration of the H-125 helicopter final assembly line at Vimagal in Karnataka, which has been set up by Tata Advanced Systems in partnership with Airbus. Defense Minister Shri Rajnath Singh and Her Excellency Ms. Catherine Vautron, the Minister for Armed Forces of France, are present at the venue. We begin with a screening of a short video in this regard.
जब फ्रांस की टेक्नोलॉजी और भारत का टैलेंट मिलेगा तो सिर्फ बिजनेस लैंडस्केप ही नहीं, ग्लोबल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा।
I now request Prime Minister Modi and President Macron to virtually inaugurate this H-125 helicopter final assembly line by jointly pressing the button. We will now have live visuals from the site in Karnataka. Final assembly line facility. I would request the two leaders to return to their respective podiums. I would like to inform that Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the media in Hindi. Members of the audience may use the audio device provided to them to listen to the translation in French language. I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good evening. Your Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests, and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, my dear friend, President Macron, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। bonjour। मेरे प्रिय मित्र प्रेसिडेंट मैक्रो का मुंबई में स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। पिछले वर्ष उन्होंने मुझे फ्रांस में आयोजित AI एक्शन समिट के लिए बुलाया था। उस समय हमने मार्सेई की यात्रा की, जो फ्रांस का सबसे बड़ा पोर्ट और फ्रांस और पूरे यूरोप का एक प्रमुख गेटवे भी है। मार्सेई वही शहर है जहां से पहले विश्व युद्ध में हमारे भारतीय सैनिक ने यूरोप में अपने कदम रखे। उनकी बहादुरी की गाथा यूरोप के कई भागों में आज भी याद की जाती है और यह वही शहर है जहां स्वतंत्रता सेनानी वीर सावरकर ने अंग्रेजों की पकड़ से निकलने के लिए समुद्र में छलांग लगाई थी। उनका यह कदम भारत की आजादी के लिए उनके अटूट संकल्प का प्रतीक था। मुझे पिछले वर्ष मार्चे में उनको याद करने का और उन्हें नमन करने का अवसर मिला था। इस बार जब प्रेसिडेंट मैक्रो भारत में एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट के लिए आए हैं तो हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हम उनका स्वागत भारत के गेटवे यानी मुंबई में कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और फ्रांस के संबंध बहुत ही विशेष है। फ्रांस भारत के सबसे पुराने स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर्स में से एक है और प्रेसिडेंट मैक्रो के साथ मिलकर हमने इस स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को अभूतपूर्व गहराई और ऊर्जा दी है। इस विश्वास और साझा विजन के आधार पर आज हम अपने संबंधों को स्पेशल ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के रूप में स्थापित कर रहे हैं। यह पार्टनरशिप केवल स्ट्रेटेजिक नहीं है। आज के उथल-पुथल से भरे युग में यह ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और ग्लोबल प्रोग्रेस की पार्टनरशिप है। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत में हेलीकॉप्टर असेंबली लाइन का उद्घाटन इस गहरे विश्वास का एक और उज्जवल उदाहरण है। हमें गर्व है कि भारत और फ्रांस मिलकर माउंट एवरेस्ट की ऊंचाइयों तक उड़ान भरने वाला विश्व का एकमात्र हेलीकॉप्टर भारत में बनाएंगे और ये पूरे विश्व को एक्सपोर्ट भी करेंगे। यानी इंडिया फ्रांस पार्टनरशिप knows no boundaries. It can reach from deep oceans to the tallest mountain. Friends, वर्ष 2026 भारत और यूरोप के संबंधों में एक टर्निंग पॉइंट है। कुछ ही दिन पहले हमने यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ भारत के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा और महत्वाकांक्षी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट किया। यह फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट भारत और फ्रांस संबंधों में भी अभूतपूर्व गति लाएगा। आपसी निवेश को बढ़ावा देने के लिए आज हम एग्रीमेंट कर रहे हैं जिससे हमारे लोगों और हमारी कंपनीज को डबल टैक्स न देना पड़े। इन सभी पहलों से आपसी ट्रेड, इन्वेस्टमेंट और मोबिलिटी को नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी और यही शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी का रोड मैप है। फ्रेंड्स, इंडिया फ्रांस ईयर ऑफ इनोवेशन के लॉन्च से अब हम अपनी स्ट्रेटेजिक साझेदारी को पार्टनरशिप ऑफ द पीपल बनाने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि इनोवेशन आइसोलेशन में नहीं, कोलैबोरेशन से होता है। इसलिए इंडिया फ्रांस ईयर ऑफ इनोवेशन में हमारा लक्ष्य लोगों के बीच संपर्क को मजबूत करने का है। डिफेंस हो या क्लीन एनर्जी, स्पेस हो या इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज, हर क्षेत्र में हम अपनी इंडस्ट्री और इनोवेटर्स को कनेक्ट करेंगे। स्टार्टअप्स और एमएसएमईज के बीच मजबूत नेटवर्क बनाएंगे। हमारे स्टूडेंट्स और रिसर्चर्स के आदान प्रदान को और सुगम बनवाएंगे और इसके साथ साथ जॉइंट इनोवेशन के नए सेंटर भी तैयार करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हम क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी और एडवांस मटेरियल्स में अपना सहयोग और प्रबल कर रहे हैं। हम इंडो फ्रेंच सेंटर फॉर एआई इन हेल्थ, इंडो फ्रेंच सेंटर फॉर डिजिटल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी और नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ अलायंस फॉर स्किलिंग इन एरोनॉटिक्स लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं। और यह मात्र इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं है, ये फ्यूचर बिल्डिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स है। फ्रेंड्स, आज दुनिया अनसर्टेनिटी के दौर से गुजर रही है। ऐसे माहौल में इंडिया फ्रांस पार्टनरशिप एक फोर्स फॉर ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी है। हम फ्रांस की एक्सपर्टाइज और इंडिया के स्केल को जोड़ रहे हैं। हम ट्रस्टेड टेक्नोलॉजीज विकसित कर रहे हैं। हम इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस, इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर यानी आईमैक और ज्वाइंट डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट सुनिश्चित करेंगे और मल्टीलेटरलिज्म, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी से स्थिरता और समृद्धि के प्रयासों को बल देते रहेंगे। फ्रेंड, भारत और फ्रांस दोनों लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों, रूल ऑफ लॉ और मल्टीपोलर वर्ल्ड में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एक मत है कि ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशन के रिफॉर्म से ही ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस का समाधान निकलेगा। यूक्रेन, पश्चिमी एशिया या फिर इंडो पैसिफिक, हम हर क्षेत्र में शांति के सभी प्रयासों का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। आतंकवाद के हर रूप और स्वरूप को जड़ से मिटाना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और फ्रांस दोनों ही प्राचीन और समृद्ध सभ्यताएं हैं। हम अपने कल्चरल और पीपल टू पीपल टाइज को बहुत महत्व देते हैं। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि युगे युगीन भारत म्यूजियम में हमारा सहयोग रहा है और अब लोथल के नेशनल मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स में भी हम फ्रांस के साथ सहयोग करने जा रहे हैं। भारतीय संस्कृति को फ्रांस के लोगों के और समीप पहुंचाने हम जल्द ही फ्रांस में स्वामी विवेकानंद कल्चरल सेंटर खोलने जा रहे हैं। योर एक्सेलेंसी, भारत फ्रांस पार्टनरशिप के प्रति आपकी गहरी प्रतिबद्धता रही है। मुझे विशेष खुशी है कि आज हम मिलकर अपने संबंधों के एक नए अध्याय का शुभारंभ कर रहे हैं। आइए हम मिलकर वैश्विक स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए काम करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेसी बको।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic, to give his remarks to the media.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
धन्यवाद
Narendra
प्रधानमंत्री
Modi,
जी, प्रिय नरेंद्र
Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres,
जी, माननीय
les
मंत्रीगण,
ambassadeurs, Mesdames et Messieurs les
माननीय
journalistes.
राजदूत,
Merci beaucoup,
पत्रकार,
Monsieur le Premier
दिव्य सज्जनों,
ministre, pour
बहुत बहुत
votre accueil
धन्यवाद
chaleureux
प्रिय
à l'occasion
नरेंद्र।
de ma 4e visite officielle en Inde
प्रधानमंत्री जी,
et un an après
भारत के मेरे
votre
चौथे
visite,
आधिकारिक
vous l'avez
दौरे
rappelé,
पर आपकी
pour le
गर्मजोशी
sommet
भरे स्वागत
de
के
l'action
लिए
de l'intelligence artificielle et
और ये मैं
bilatérale
एआई
entre
की
Paris
समिट
et
के लिए
Marseille.
और भारत
que nous
और
avons partagé.
और
Nul
जो
n'oublie
आपने कहा हम जब आप पिछले साल फ्रांस में आए थे और जब हम मार्सेई गए थे और जो आपने मार्सेई के बारे में बात की, वहाँ पर हमने एक भारतीय काउंसुलेट का भी उद्घाटन किया था।
Vous venez de le rappeler, Monsieur le Premier ministre, est dans une
भारत
phase
और फ्रांस के बीच के द्विपक्षीय जो संबंध है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा अभूतपूर्व है और सबसे अलग है।
Comme nos discussions aujourd'hui l'ont montré,
जैसे कि हमारी आज की बातचीत हुई थी और जो हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे आज पूरे दिन में, जो ये रिश्ते हैं, जो ये संबंध हैं, उनमें भरोसा है, खुलापन है, महत्वाकांक्षा है
la structuration et nous avons opté pour un partenariat.
और हमने ये भी आज निर्णय लिया है कि हम इस साझेदारी को एक विशेष स्ट्रेटेजिक साझेदारी में बदलेंगे और इसका एक नया दर्जा देंगे। ये इसमें कोई शक नहीं है क्योंकि हमें पूरी तरह से इस रिश्ते में हम भरोसा रखते हैं और पिछले 8 सालों से हम यही कर रहे हैं और हर एक साल हम अलग अलग चीज़ों पर काम करके हमने एक नए रास्ते, कई नए रास्ते चुने हैं, जैसे कि तीसरा रास्ता जो हिंद प्रशांत क्षेत्र का हो या फिर तकनीक का हो या फिर, और जिसमें हम ऐसा रास्ता है जिसमें कोई भी हेजेमनी ना हो और हम पूरी तरह से कानून में, रूल ऑफ लॉ में विश्वास करते हैं। और कुछ पिछले सालों में हमने ये दिखाया है, दर्शाया है, चाहे वो आईमेक हो जिसको हमने मिलकर हमने जिसका हमने शुरुआत करी थी और जिसके लिए हमने एक सेक्रेटेरिएट भी खोला है। और फिर अगर हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करें, चाहे हम इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस की बात करें, इन पिछले 8 सालों में हमने कई पहल एक साथ उठाए हैं। और अगर मैं द्विपक्षीय रिश्तों पर फिर से आऊं तो हमारे जो महत्वाकांक्षी रिश्ते हैं उसके लिए हमने नए उद्देश्य तय किए हैं। हमने अपने एसएमईज और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए भी नए उद्देश्य रखे हैं। फ्रांस जो है वो चाहता है कि वह भारत का एक विश्वसनीय साझेदार हो ताकि हमारे जो उद्योग हैं वो एक अद्वितीय सहयोग प्रदान कर सके। अगर हाँ, जैसा कि हमने चाहे राफाल हो, चाहे सबमरीन्स हो, चाहे वो ये जो हेलीकॉप्टर्स के लिए जो फाइनल असेंबली लाइन जो टाटा एडवांस्ड कंपनी जो है वो मिलकर फ्रांस के साथ कर रही है, या फिर जो 5th जनरेशन के जो फाइटर जेट्स हैं उनके लिए जो इंजन्स हैं उनकी नई सोच, उनके लिए ऐसे कई जो क्षेत्र है जहाँ पर हम मिलकर भारत के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पर हम टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर में विश्वास करते हैं। और जैसा कि आपने चाहा है हमने वैसा ही करने का प्रयास किया है। और हम दोनों ही जो है वह जो रणनीतिक स्वायत्ता है उसमें विश्वास करते हैं। आपने रक्षा क्षेत्र की भी बात करी, मैंने भी उसके बारे में कहा, लेकिन कई ऐसे और भी और क्षेत्र हैं जिसमें हमारी जो सोच है वो साझा सोच है, चाहे वो अंतरिक्ष का क्षेत्र क्यों ना हो। और इस क्षेत्र में कई सालों से हमारा जो रिश्ते हैं वो बेहतरीन हुए हैं, वो आगे बहुत मजबूत हुए हैं। और इसीलिए जुलाई में जो फ्रांस में एक शिखर सम्मेलन का हम आयोजन करने जा रहे हैं अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र में, उसमें हमने भारत को भी निमंत्रण दिया है। और चाहे वो सिविल न्यूक्लियर का क्षेत्र हो, उसमें भी चाहे जाता पर हो, चाहे एसएमई हो, हमने इन सभी परियोजनाओं में भारत का समर्थन करने का निर्णय लिया है। और हम एक कॉमन रोड मैप के लिए भी हम काम कर रहे हैं ताकि अगर जो वैश्विक जो चुनौतियां उनका सामने करने के लिए, ताकि हम एक ऐसा एक रास्ता निकालें विश्व के लिए जो हेजेमनी से काफी अलग हो। अगर एरोनॉटिक का क्षेत्र ये भी एक अहम क्षेत्र है, और जो हम हाई स्पीड रेल नेटवर्क की बात करते हैं वो भी एक क्षेत्र है जिसमें हम एक भरोसेमंद साझेदार के रूप में उभर रहे हैं। अभी जो हाल में ही हमने प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ जो बातचीत करी है वो काफी महत्वाकांक्षी है और वो नए उद्देश्यों को लेकर साथ आई है। और क्योंकि हम जो चाहते हैं वो हमारे रिश्तों में महत्वाकांक्षा और भी आगे बढ़े। हम चाहते हैं कि बेहतरीन टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र हो और भी ज़्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र हो। और इसे भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के साथ हम आज जो है वो आज जो हम इनोवेशन ईयर का जो उद्घाटन करने जा रहे हैं, हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे जो निवेशक हों, चाहे वो हमारे स्टार्टअप्स हों, चाहे हमारी कंपनियां हों, वो R&D सेंटर्स हों या और सेंटर्स हों, मिलकर काम करें। ये पूरी तरह से हमारी जो सोच के अनुरूप है, जो और जिन पर हमारे जो मंत्रीगण हैं उन्होंने अपनी बैठकों में जिन पर बातचीत करी है। अगर आपने जो एक स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में AI की जो बात करी है, हम कल मैं एम्स अस्पताल में इसका उद्घाटन करूंगा, और ताकि हम जो ये नवाचार है या इनोवेशन है, ये हमारी जो संबंध है उसके केंद्र में हो, हम हमारी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं की वृद्धि के केंद्र में हो। नवाचार, इनोवेशन जो किसी भी तकनीक के केंद्र में हो, और जो हमारे 2047 के जो हमारे होराइजन रोड मैप है उसके भी पूरी तरह से अनुरूप है। वो पूरी तरह से हमारे जो उद्देश्य है उनको परिभाषित करता है, और जो हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। चाहे आपने शोध की बात करी, टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करी, हमारे विद्यार्थियों के आदान प्रदान की बात करी है। कल दिल्ली में मैं कई उच्च स्तरीय जो हमारे विश्वविद्यालयों और वैज्ञानिकों के बीच में जो एक बैठक होने जा रही है रश के अंतर्गत, उसमें मैं भाग लूंगा। मेरे ख्याल से पिछले कुछ साल में शायद हमारी जो व्यापार है या हमारे जो संबंध है वो बहुत तेज़ी से आगे नहीं बढ़ पाए, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे ये हमारे जो संबंध है बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और हम चाहते हैं, और हमने कई ऐसे क्षेत्रों को हमने जो है उनको हमने आइडेंटिफाई करा है कि उन क्षेत्रों को हमें तेज़ी लानी चाहिए ताकि ये जो संबंध है और भी बेहतरीन और भी आगे जाएं। इसमें हम ट्रांजिट वीज़ा की भी हमने बात करी है जो फ्रांस में के लिए लेना पड़ता है, और हम इस पर अध्ययन करेंगे कि कैसे इसको हटाया जा सकता है। कल मैं एक फ्रेंच इंस्टीट्यूट में नए जो सांस्कृतिक मध्यस्थ हैं उनसे भी बातचीत करूंगा, कल्चरल मीडिएटर से बातचीत करूंगा, क्योंकि फ्रांस और भारत दो ऐसे देश हैं जिनको विश्व को बहुत कुछ देने के लिए है। आज जो हम गेटवे ऑफ इंडिया पे जिस तरीके से हम रोशनी करेंगे और वहाँ पे जो हमने कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया है वो भी इसी के वो भी दर्शाता है कि कितना हमारे देशों के बीच में संबंध जो है वो नज़दीकी है। और हम इस जो के एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री, क्रिएटिव इंडस्ट्री में भी हमने ये कहा है कि हमें को प्रोडक्शन करने चाहिए, और ये हमने एक महत्वाकांक्षा, नया उद्देश्य अपनी क्रिएटिव इंडस्ट्रीज को दिया है, क्योंकि हमारी जो सोच है वो बिल्कुल एक जैसी है, चाहे वो सोच भारत के लिए हो या पूरे क्षेत्र के लिए हो या हिंद प्रशांत क्षेत्र के लिए हो, चाहे वो व्यापार के लिए क्यों ना हो, हमारी सोच जो है वो उसमें बहुत तालमेल है। हम पूरी तरह से खुले और व्यापार पर विश्वास करते हैं, इसीलिए यूरोपियन यूनियन और भारत के बीच में जो FTA हुआ है उसका हम स्वागत करते हैं, और इसमें हम चाहेंगे कि वो जल्द से जल्द आगे बढ़े। और हमारी सोच जो है वो बहुपक्षीयवाद पर भी पूरी तरह से तालमेल रखती है। कल मैं आपके साथ होऊंगा, और पिछले साल प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी फ्रांस में थे। हम पूरी तरह से वैश्विक प्रतिस्पर्धा में एक साथ मिलकर आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, और मुझे लगता है कि हम ऐसे मॉडल दुनिया को दे सकते हैं कैसे एक दूसरे के साथ काम किया जाता है। और इस संबंध में मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम दोनों चाहते हैं कि हम ऐसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का निर्माण हो जो एक दूसरे को का सम्मान करे, जो लोगों का सम्मान करे, जो भूपक्षवाद का सम्मान करे और जो अलग अलग भाषाएं हैं उनका सम्मान करे, क्योंकि हमारा विश्व जो है वो विविध है, उसमें बड़ी अलग अलग तरह के लोग, अलग अलग चीज़ें होती हैं, लोगों की संस्कृति अलग है और हम चाहेंगे कि जो एल्गोरिदम्स हों वो पारदर्शी हों, वो ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, खुले हों। और ये भूपक्षवाद एक ऐसा भूपक्षवाद है जिसका हम इस्तेमाल बड़े बड़े जो संघर्ष है विश्व में उसका समाधान करने में भी इस्तेमाल करना चाहते हैं, जो पूरी तरह से संयुक्त राष्ट्र चार्टर के अनुरूप हो। हम चाहते हैं कि हम अपने जो प्रयास हैं वो एक साथ लाकर कि जो यूक्रेन में जो लोगों के ऊपर या सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उन पर जो हमले हो रहे हैं उनके लिए मिलकर हम काम करें ताकि उनको रोका जा सके। और हम चाहते हैं कि हम आतंकवाद के खिलाफ भी अपनी लड़ाई को बनाए रखें और हम सभी जो आतंकवादी समूह हैं उनको हम नकारते हैं और इस साल इस 2026 की अगर हम बात करें तो ये जो वर्ष है ये हमारे संबंधों में और तेजी लाने वाला संबंध है। आप ब्रिक्स की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं, हम फ्रांस जो है वो G7 की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है और इसीलिए मैंने इसी संदर्भ में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को G7 शिखर सम्मेलन में आमंत्रित किया है और इसी भावना को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम इस G7 के समिट से पहले हम कुछ बैठकें करना चाहते हैं जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर होगा, और जो हमारे G7 के जो उद्देश्य है, एजेंडा है, वो असमानताओं को कम करने का होगा ताकि हम मिलकर एक द्विपक्षीय बैठकें कर भी इस शिखर सम्मेलन से पहले, तो ताकि हम अपने जो एक ऐसी बैठक भी उसके अंतर्गत करेंगे जिसमें भारत के जो युवा हैं और फ्रांस के युवा हैं, वैज्ञानिक हैं, भारत के वैज्ञानिक हैं और G7 देशों के जो युवा और वैज्ञानिक हैं वो मिलकर नवाचार में जो उन्होंने काम किया है उसको परिणाम हमारे सामने रखें। ये जो भी मैं कहूँगा वो बिल्कुल पूरी तरह से जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा है उसका पूरक है कि हम कैसे अपने संबंधों को बेहतरीन करना चाहते हैं, उसको में वृद्धि लाना चाहते हैं। हमारी जो साझेदारी है वो स्थिर है और वो पूरी तरह से सबके सामने है, जो लोगों के लिए है और जिसके परिणाम जो हैं वो बहुत बेहतरीन रह चुके हैं, लेकिन इसको हम और भी बढ़िया करना चाहते हैं, खासतौर पर चाहे व्यापार हो या कई ऐसे और क्षेत्र हों जिसमें मुझे लगता है कि हम मिलकर विश्व को बहुत कुछ दे सकते हैं। हम बड़े बड़े कनेक्टिविटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो या टेक्नोलॉजी हो, उसमें हम बहुत ठोस परिणाम इसमें ला सकते हैं और इन चीज़ों पर हमने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ बातचीत भी करी है। और क्योंकि हम दोनों इस समय दो बड़े संगठनों की अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं इस साल, तो हम इसमें भी हम तालमेल ला सकते हैं, हम अपनी सोच में कन्वर्जेंस ला सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of this session. Thank you for your presence.
Any questions? Can we ask questions?
Concludes the joint statement from the two big leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron, who talk of not just greater strategic ties but a stronger partnership between the two nations that is now extending to various other sectors. On that note, we slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Introducing Motorola's signature
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
What do the new trade deal mean for India? A fresh round of global agreements signals India's bold yet high-stakes move to enter the big league of trading nations. In this issue, India today examines the opportunities, the risks, and what this opening could mean for India's economic future, including an exclusive interview with Piyush Goyal. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 29 and minimum 16 degrees. Mumbai maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata maximum 32 and minimum 17 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 30 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 31 and minimum 18 degrees.
Hey, good evening and thank you for tuning in to Super 6. I'm Suesha Sawant. Our top focus this evening is, of course, the friendship as India and France are fostering. The two leaders, Modi and Macron, who finally met in Mumbai, and the joint statement that just concluded where they reiterated that while this has been the longest strategic partnership, but it now extends to various other sectors beyond security, strategy and energy. And of course, the other big focus story also remains of how all is not seemingly well between the two allies ahead of the polls in Tamil Nadu, DMK and Congress, especially that cryptic post that came in from Manikam Tagore, who later took a U-turn. But while they say that they're doing all fine and power sharing will be the focus, but is this really a story of power split? That and much more, but first a quick check of the top headlines we're tracking for you this evening. Modi-Macron momentous meeting in Mumbai. Leaders of two of the world's biggest economies hold bilateral, reaffirm commitment towards cooperation on defense cooperation and counter-terrorism. India leads global. The AI dialogue. It is day 2 of the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. At the Expo, which will be going on alongside the summit, will feature pavilions from 13 countries, including Australia, Japan, Russia, United Kingdom and France. Underage and out of control, a miner's joyride that turned deadly for a biker. Teen driving a Scorpio rammed a bike head-on, killing the 23-year-old Sahil. Victim's mother demands justice. Assam Assembly polls likely to be held in a single phase, unlike the 2021 polls, when election for 126 constituencies were conducted in 3 phases. Announcement of dates likely in first week of March. Ally versus ally escalates in the state of war of Tamil Nadu. DMK draws red line for alliance, wants action against Manikam Tagore. Manikam puts cryptic post, says, "I do not fear." Bangladesh's prince finally becomes the king. Tariq Rahman takes oath as prime minister after his party's landslide win in the elections. He is the first male to hold the post after 36 years. 14 former cricket captains, including Kapil Dev and Sunil Gavaskar, write to Pakistan government urging them to ensure that former Prime Minister Imran Khan is given medical attention and fair treatment inside jail. Legendary screenwriter Salim Khan has been hospitalized at Mumbai's Lilavati Hospital. Salman Khan and his sister Alvira Khan Agnihotri were spotted accompanying their father. Mumbai's civic body blacklists and fines Aditya Dhar's B-62 productions 1 lakh rupees for repeated on-set violations during the shooting of Dhurandhar, The Revenge. And a massive upset from the ongoing T20 World Cup. Australia knocked out of the group stage after the Zimbabwe-Ireland match gets washed out. Zimbabwe now replace Australia in the Super 8s. And well, the much-awaited Modi-Macron Milan that finally happened in Mumbai today after the bilateral meeting, Prime Minister Modi held a joint news conference with French President Emmanuel Macron. Both leaders hailed the ties between two nations and agreed to develop a common roadmap. Prime Minister Modi, during the joint statement, said that both nations are strengthening cooperation in critical minerals, biotechnology and advanced materials. He also said India-France partnership is a force for global stability. The French President, on the other hand, said India-France ties are based on trust and openness. Amid global uncertainties, Emmanuel Macron also said that he believes in a world without hegemony and called for collaboration with India in space, AI and defense.
भारत और फ्रांस के संबंध बहुत ही विशेष है। फ्रांस भारत के सबसे पुराने स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनर्स में से एक है और प्रेसिडेंट मैक्रो के साथ मिलकर हमने इस स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को अभूतपूर्व गहराई और ऊर्जा दी है। आज हम अपने संबंधों को स्पेशल ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के रूप में स्थापित कर रहे हैं। यह पार्टनरशिप केवल स्ट्रेटेजिक नहीं है। आज के उथल-पुथल से भरे युग में यह ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और ग्लोबल प्रोग्रेस की पार्टनरशिप है। भारत और यूरोप के संबंधों में एक टर्निंग पॉइंट है। कुछ ही दिन पहले हमने यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ भारत के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा और महत्वाकांक्षी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट किया। यह फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट भारत और फ्रांस संबंधों में भी अभूतपूर्व गति लाएगा। आपसी निवेश को बढ़ावा देने के लिए आज हम एग्रीमेंट कर रहे हैं जिससे हमारे लोगों और हमारी कंपनीज को डबल टैक्स न देना पड़े। इन सभी पहलों से आपसी ट्रेड, इन्वेस्टमेंट और मोबिलिटी को नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी।
भारत और फ्रांस के बीच के द्विपक्षीय जो संबंध है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा अभूतपूर्व है और सबसे अलग है। जैसे कि हमारी आज की बातचीत हुई थी और जो हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे आज पूरे दिन में, जो ये रिश्ते हैं, जो ये संबंध है, उनमें भरोसा है, खुलापन है, महत्वाकांक्षा है
la structuration et nous avons opté pour un partenariat।
और हमने ये भी आज निर्णय लिया है कि हम इस साझेदारी को एक विशेष स्ट्रेटेजिक साझेदारी में बदलेंगे और इसका एक नया दर्जा देंगे। पिछले सालों में हमने ये दिखाया है, दर्शाया है, चाहे वो आईमेक हो जिसको हमने मिलकर जिसका हमने शुरुआत करी थी और जिसके लिए हमने एक सेक्रेटेरिएट भी खोला है। और फिर अगर हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करें, चाहे हम इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस की बात करें, इन पिछले 8 सालों में हमने कई पहल एक साथ उठाए हैं। महत्वाकांक्षी रिश्ते हैं, उसके लिए हमने नए उद्देश्य तय किए हैं। हमने अपने SMEs और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए भी नए उद्देश्य रखे हैं। फ्रांस जो है वो चाहता है कि वह भारत का एक विश्वसनीय साझेदार हो, ताकि हमारे जो उद्योग हैं वो एक अद्वितीय सहयोग प्रदान कर सकें।
Let me take this to my colleague Mustafa Sheikh, now joining us on the broadcast. Mustafa, indeed a very positive statement that has come in from both the nations, both the big leaders, and most importantly how Macron reiterated that we had been in talks for a long time, but now this partnership that is beyond strategic, that is for global stability and progress and extends into many, many sectors.
Well, that's true, and what President Macron said also stems from the fact that India has enjoyed a bilateral tie with France for many more years, and that is now going forward, and it's going forward in terms of not only AI, innovation, skilling, but student programs, defense deals. So there is a huge trust in between both the nations, and it also reflects how the entire Europe looks at India as an upcoming economy, as a fast growing economy, and how they want to be invested in the country. And coming days there are more news announcements going to happen, and not only that, the French president is traveling with many business leaders who are interacting with their counterparts in Mumbai. There are many business deals, there are many investments which are going to come in some time. So it's, we can say, the foundation of this relationship since start has been very strong. There have been defense relations, but it is now going for India to the next level, and it's not only with France, it's with UK, it's with European Union. So this is what we can say, a big platform which India has opened up for European nations, and the same will be gaining from them. Back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Mustafa, let's also understand that President Emmanuel Macron will be at the AI summit tomorrow that is being hosted by India. Let me also take this to my colleague Pranay Upadhyay, who's been tracking every single development. Also, Pranay, to understand from you what's expected tomorrow on day 3 technically of the AI summit, given the fact that President Emmanuel Macron will be there.
Absolutely, Suesha, President Emmanuel Macron has already listed out, some of his engagement, that he would be visiting AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and how the French technology is in terms of the AI application can bring benefit to the health sector. So there will be a technological demonstration, and also the rolling out of the technology at AIMS. Besides that, he will also be holding an event along with some of the leaders from the French universities, because France is trying to attract Indian students in big numbers, and they see the education and the migration and mobility of Indian professionals to France as a potential area of cooperation between India and France. Besides, President Emmanuel Macron will also participate in the AI summit, and Prime Minister Modi mentioned the fact that last year when France hosted the AI summit, he was the special guest, and now it is his turn to host President Emmanuel Macron along with the other world leaders who will be participating at the AI in India AI Impact Summit. And day after tomorrow, on 19th of February, there will be a plenary session where all the technology leaders, including Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman, will be there in the plenary hall along with the world leaders. This is the biggest ever AI brainstorming session which is hosted on this planet, and in fact this is the first event being hosted by any country of global south. So this has its own wide resonance at the global capitals. But the big message coming out after this summit meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Emmanuel Macron at a time when the world is facing the instability in geoeconomics as well as in geopolitics, that the stability of relationship is paramount, that is required. And in fact, how India and France can play the role of a pillar, and in fact, in how their strategic partnership is not only limited to these two countries, how they want to take it forward to the global strategic, level, that, globally, both the countries, India and France, are going to coordinate their efforts, and they will work and they'll play a role of a stronger pillar for other countries as well, be it Indo-Pacific or be it the other areas areas where India and France can collaborate. And if you break down the agreements, there are 20 outcomes and 20 agreements which have been agreed after this summit level meeting, be it in the sector of defense, be it in the sector of technology, innovation, cutting edge technology transfer, and or education, health. These are and the skill development. These are the areas. And see the trust which France enjoys in India and the kind of trust India enjoys in France. This clearly gives out the message that France trusts India in terms of sharing their cutting edge technology, and in fact looking at India for the mass production of their equipment, be it the Rafale fighter jets, be it the H-125, the helicopters, which Prime Minister mentioned that is the only civilian helicopter which can actually go up to the height of Mount Everest. And in fact, both India and France are looking at the facility which is inaugurated today in Kolar, Karnataka, as a base to export these platforms to various other markets as well. Besides that, France is investing in a big amount and with big capacity, with Dassault Aviation opening up its research and development facility in Pune, with opening its MRO facility, which is the maintenance, repair and overall facility in India. So in fact, France is looking at India not only in terms of transferring their technology or as a big market, but also as a market from which they can expand their operation, from where they can expand their business. So these are the areas where India and France have laid down charted their territory, and in fact laid down the future course of their trajectory, that how India and France are going to cooperate and in fact achieve the milestones set in the Horizon 2047.
Oh yes, absolutely. And let me also bring in our colleague Shivani Sharma, who's with us on the broadcast, to really understand how the Rafale story is getting bigger, given the fact that this is being looked at as one of the most integral deals on that front when it comes to enhancing India's combat capabilities.
Suesha, Rafale indeed happens to be one of the biggest deals that will be worked out shortly, and the discussions will be open. We know that the Defence Acquisition Council has already approved the deal. A nod has been given, and now the discussions will be open. There are certain conditions that the Ministry of Defence has kept for the Rafale deals, for 114 Rafale that will enhance the capabilities of the Indian Air Force that has been desperately waiting for new fighter jets. As we know, the squadron strength has dipped to 29 after the MiGs retired last year. So now when Rafale will be there, certainly there will be a capability enhancement for the Indian Air Force. And what we are also learning through the sources, that the aggressive posturing and the procurements that the India is coming ahead with, especially after Operation Sindoor. So the MRFA program that was actually delayed for some time has also caught pace, and especially in view of the requirements of the Indian Air Force, the Rafale deal will be quite quick and pacey. That's what the sources are indicating. So the timelines will be cut short so that the flyaway squadrons can come in as soon as possible for the Indian Air Force. We already have 2 squadrons of Rafale, one in Ambala and one in Hashimara. So, and for the Rafale Marines also, 28-29 is the timeline when these Rafales will be coming in for the Indian Navy. So more Rafales for the Indian Air Force will certainly enhance the strength and capabilities and the squadron numbers for the Indian Air Force. And we've also seen how President Emmanuel Macron has specifically made mention of the defense ties between India and France, and Rafale happens to be one of the most important factors out there. And the inauguration of the helicopter facility in Karnataka also is very important. How Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that this has been a turning point and an year of significance for India and France also, where we are taking this partnership, just like these helicopters that can scale a height of Mount Everest and deep oceans too. So certainly many important factors out there, but Rafale happens to be an important deal that will be soon discussed and closed, and 3.25 lakh crores is the amount of this Rafale deal that is being expected, Suesha. So very important out here to mention that France is going to be one of the biggest defense partners to India with this deal, and the missile enhancement programs also, with new missiles, the Hammer missiles, the MRO facilities, the helicopters, and many many other things that also pertain to the Navy, the submarine deals with France. So a lot is happening on the defense front with France besides the AI, for which President Emmanuel Macron is here in India. And Rafale happens to be on the top list of this defense partnership that is shaping a new horizon for Indian Air Force and also for the partnership between India and France.
Well, yes, absolutely. Shivani, I want to thank you on that front. And of course, Pranay, we wait and watch what really pans out tomorrow on day 3 of the Global AI Summit, where we'll see top leaders, speakers add their perspective. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron, who will also be attending the ASI Summit in Delhi. And speaking of that, day 2, that was today, of how it panned out at Bharat Mandapam, the summit is drawing massive interest. Registrations reaching 3 lakh and thousands of attendees from across the country, while high footfall led to entry delays on day 1. Arrangements improved on day 2, reflecting both the scale and participation of India's growing engagement when it comes to AI. We're now getting you a special report by my colleague Ashutosh on what day 2 at the Global AI Summit looked like.
India is hosting the AI Impact Summit 2026, bringing together global leaders, policymakers, innovators, tech giants and industry experts to deliberate on the transformative role of AI across sectors. The first day of the summit witnessed an overwhelming response, leading to heavy footfall and longer than expected waiting times. Due to the large turnout and heightened security measures, some attendees experienced delays in entry and registration. By the second day, arrangements appeared more streamlined and welcoming, and the venue continued to see strong attendance. The summit being held at Bharat Mandapam has drawn massive participation. According to MeitY Secretary S. Krishnan, nearly 2.5 lakh people had registered initially, reflecting the country's growing energy and engagement in the AI sector.
We have more than 2.5 lakh registrations from across India and the rest of the world. We have tried to make all the arrangements that we can. We never anticipated that there would be so many people willing and wanting to attend, which is why we did not restrict the registrations. So on all the days except the 19th, all of them are welcome to attend the various sessions that are going on.
Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Ashwini Vaishnav, had confirmed that registrations had reached 3 lakh.
This is the biggest AI summit in the entire world. The response is phenomenal. The energy is palpable. About 70,000 persons, especially young persons, have attended, joined this summit. We are working very hard. The entire team is working day and night to organize this world's biggest AI summit. And we'll make all efforts to make sure it is enjoyable for all of you.
The AI Summit 2026 unfolds in the national capital. Many even complained of heavy crowding. But the reason is also the enthusiasm and the curiosity of the people, that in fact the specially designed Impact AI website itself says, due to the overwhelming response and limited on-site capacity, the summit is currently oversubscribed, and hence people are advised to participate virtually and all the sessions live. In fact, I'm here at the media gallery, and this place is specially designed for the media persons, national, international media person. Look at the number. If you see only the number of the media persons of internationally, nationally, the national media, regional media, all who are covering this AI summit, this number itself is in hundreds. So when you have the visitors, the media, the delegates and several other stakeholders, that eventually, because of the limited capacity of Bharat Mandapam, perhaps became one of such region of massive congestion and the overcrowding.
The exhibition area features around 600 high potential startups showcasing AI-driven solutions along with 13 country pavilions. Various union ministries and key stakeholders are also participating with dedicated teams.
Well, the event is called world's 4th such largest and significant event on the technology and artificial intelligence. Clearly, it brings curiosity in the people, and that's we see not just 100, but thousands of the people coming out every day at Bharat Mandapam in different pavilions. More than 3 lakh people registered online, including media, delegates, pavilion owners, workers, security apparatus, and all of them coming in a number literally makes the event heavily crowded. Of course, first day led to congestion, certain inconvenience, but on the second day, it has been a quite warm, smooth, and people have literally the purpose that solved, seeing the innovation, technology, and the use of artificial intelligence across the spectrum.
Overall, the strong turnout underscores the growing curiosity and enthusiasm around AI and its potential to shape the future across industries and nations. With Ashutosh Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
And moving on to breaking news coming in, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who spoke out on the India AI Summit, as he also set the tone for the 2047 Viksit Bharat mission. Prime Minister Modi said, and I quote, "Our vision is clear. AI must accelerate global development while remaining deeply human-centric." He said that with regards to the AI Summit and the many conversations that are happening, he also added, and I quote, "AI stands at a civilizational inflection point." Prime Minister Narendra Modi called for human-centric innovation. He said, and I quote, "India should be among the top 3 AI superpowers globally." Let me take this to my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal, joining us on the broadcast with further details of how day 2 really panned out. Aishwarya, as you were tracking every single development, and we have been seeing the kind of politics that has broken out on it, where the opposition with regards to the budget also questioned that India should not be a follower, India should be a leader when it comes to AI. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi really putting out that roadmap very clearly that the innovation has to be human-centric, and with the way the AI Impact Summit in India is panning out certainly shows how we are paving the way for the world.
Well, definitely, we have seen how Prime Minister Modi time and again has been speaking about the fact that it is AI which has become the new goal. Data, in fact, is the new goal. And we have seen how most of the economies, the developed economies, actually, they flaunt the fact that they are very good at AI, they are very good with tech, and the kind of innovation that we see coming out from these global giants is something that India, in fact, has been envying over the past many decades. You now need to make sure that this is something that India can do. This is the focus point of the government, and that's why we are seeing, the AI summit taking place. Here, the last AI summit took place in Paris in 2025, and since then, the government was very, very clear that they want to show the world the kind of innovation that is now happening in India. So with regards to that, we are seeing this huge AI summit. India is showing the world what it can do, and also telling the world that the kind of capabilities that India has is completely unmatched. We are now seeing many players stepping in. Most of these players are now coming out and saying that they can give world-class products. In fact, some of the products coming in from India's stable will be the best in years to come. Suresh.
Oh yes, absolutely, Aishwarya. Many thanks for joining us with the key takeaways that happened on day 2. And well, day 2 of the AI Summit that also saw packed halls, smoother coordination and palpable energy. My colleague Maria Shakil, who was also reporting from the Bharat Mandapam in Delhi, where the summit is in full swing. Watch this special report.
Hello everyone, we are at the AI Summit here in New Delhi. This is Bharat Mandapam, which is witnessing a massive expo. On display are intelligence, innovation, and also ideas. India is sending a message to the world that it will not just be adopting AI, it will be shaping how the world uses AI. Just look at this one. Engineered for sustainability. What do you see? Something which is powering your vision. Something that will ensure that you are surprised and at the same time curious to know more about it. So let me ask that question. Why am I so curious about this?
So if you have heard about the Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw talking in Davos about that India is now targeting all the 7 layers of AI journey, 7 chakras. It starts from data center, right? It is where that your GPU, CPU servers are hosted. It starts from semiconductor. And Larsen & Toubro is beyond construction now with Viksit Bharat in mind. We are also kind of creating that entire AI ecosystem. So we are into physical infra, data center. We are into digital infra, CPU, GPU cloud. So we offer GPU as a bare metal service. That is any AI, Blue versus Larsen & Toubro Mindtree, a group company. And then you have humanoids, robotic, connected mobility, healthcare, legal AI, and no-code AI. So all kind of test-bed vertical solution for respective industry can ride on your GPU platform. So once you have a GPU as a digital infra, you can put all your AI workloads which can touch base with the entire community, society in India. So be it agriculture, healthcare or whatever. So we are trying to build up the complete full stack value chain starting from a physical infra into cookie cutter industry solutions to the customers.
So this is the new Bharat that we are talking about. The new Bharat, which is looking at different solutions. This is a stall of a big company. But what about startups? In fact, at this place, you'll be seeing multiple startups displaying their ideas as well. So come with me.
This is where strategy meets data meets responsibility.
Among the delegates is also multiple women. So here is Manvi, who's here, also part of the incubation Inception program at NVIDIA. This is your startup. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so Interlude is basically a platform generator which generates platform declaratively. So you don't have to do like typical native platform generation. It basically, you just declare your requirements to us, to the platform, and it generates itself. Okay.
When did you start?
So we have been building quietly for past 7-8 years. We have matured it to a level where the platforms that it generates now, the quality of it is actually enterprise grade. So basically it's secure, scalable, and it can handle a scale of more than 1 million users. Okay.
And it's an all-women team? Looks like.
Right now on the booth, yes, but not all women team. Okay. But yeah, so we have a lot of, so Meghna, she's our head of business. She's a woman. I'm part of product team.
And you're from which part of India?
So our team is based in Bangalore. And the office is based in Bangalore, but the team is spread out all across India.
Thank you so much.
And well, speaking of AI, the India Today group has announced the debut of Sutra, a new AI-driven news anchor at the India AI Impact Summit 2026, developed in collaboration with Bharat Gen and showcased by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Sutra is designed to report and navigate complex, real-time information through concise synthesis and contextual insights from the AI Impact Summit. The initiative marks a significant step in the group's commitment to integrating advanced technology within a rigorous editorial framework. By utilizing models developed through the Bharat Gen initiative, Sutra aims to bridge the gap between high-level policy discussions and public understanding, providing real-time takeaways from the summit's key sessions. Let me now introduce you to India Today's AI anchor, Sutra.
From New Delhi, this is Sutra with the latest from the India AI Impact Summit 2026. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the India AI Impact Expo 2026 today at Bharat Mandapam, asserting that India's strides in AI reflect both ambition and responsibility. He shared a commitment to harness AI with a human-centric approach. Vice President Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan stated that India seeks to bridge the technological strengths of the global north with the scale of the global south, emphasizing that AI must remain guided by responsibility. Organized by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the AI Impact Expo features 400 exhibitors, over 150,000 attendees, and 7 thematic pavilions across 70,000 square meters, showcasing the vision of AI for inclusive development. Union Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Shri Jitin Prasad described the event as the Mahakumbh for AI, bringing together global tech leaders with delegates from 100 countries to define the world's technological progress. Union Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Jayant Chaudhary announced the launch of the Skill India Assistant and the SOAR, Skilling for AI Readiness, Framework Positioning, AI-ready skills at the heart of India's journey to ensure technology strengthens livelihoods. The summit debuted the casebook on real-world impact of AI in agriculture, spotlighting curated applications that are currently reshaping agri-innovation for farming communities worldwide. The AI by Her Global Impact Challenge commenced, providing a dedicated stage for women founders and researchers to lead bold initiatives in the AI ecosystem. UK AI Minister Kanishka Narayan stated the UK is promoting an AI vision rooted in technological heritage to spread opportunity alongside global allies like India. Following the Prime Minister's inauguration this evening, the India AI Impact Expo will officially open its doors to the public starting tomorrow, February 17th.
With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of the latest from Tamil Nadu ahead of the polls. Allies DMK and Congress are sparring, one statement after the other. What is one to make of it? Stay tuned for the very latest.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
मैं आज एक वीडियो देखा मेदारम जातरा में, एक करनूल का मुसलमान है जो खोए का बन बेच रहा है। उसको वहां पर ये पहुंच गए, ये संघ परिवार के लोग, और बोल रहे नहीं तू खोए का बन बेच रहा है मगर तू फूड जिहाद कर रहा है। कौन है भाई ये लोग? तेलंगाना में मेदारम जातरा में वो तो सब लोग आते उसमें, और इन्हों कौन होते कानून को अपने हाथ में लेने? ये कौन है यूट्यूबर जो एक मुसलमान को बदनाम करना चाहते हैं? हम तेलंगाना की पुलिस से कहते हैं याद रखिए, ये एक वाकया नहीं, अगर ऐसा होगा तो फिर आप रोड जालिमों के हवाले कर रहे हैं, जुल्म बढ़ेगा। फिर रूल ऑफ लॉ को अगर बरकरार रखना है तो पुलिस की जिम्मेदारी है, यहां की हुकूमत की जिम्मेदारी है कि खिलाफ एक्शन लो यूट्यूबरों के खिलाफ।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 350, Mumbai 163, Kolkata 189, Bangalore 154, Chennai 188, Hyderabad 163.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
A.R. Rahman stunned fans with a surprise announcement from the stage of his Chennai concert, vowing to embark on a 40-day digital detox. According to reports, the move is aimed at allowing him to fully focus on his upcoming ambitious project, Ramayana. Furthermore, reports also suggest that the makers are planning a grand event in March to officially introduce the film's cast and crew to the public. Apart from Ramayana, A.R. Rahman has several exciting projects in the pipeline, including a reunion with Prabhudeva on Moonwalk. Alongside Peddy and others awaiting release.
Please welcome Arijit Singh.
Arijit Singh made a spectacular return to the stage, leaving fans spellbound in Kolkata with his first live performance, after announcing his retirement from playback singing. He came as a guest on sitarist Anushka Shankar's show. The duo delivered a mesmerizing jugalbandi, and their performance, including Maya Bhora Rati and a duet of Traces of You, drew roaring cheers, with videos of the act going viral on social media. Arijit shared his first post since quitting playback singing, thanking Anushka Shankar and praising her music. During the show, Arijit appeared nervous yet humbled, interacting warmly with the audience.
Well, I'm nervous.
Arijit had announced on Jan 27 that he would no longer take playback assignments, choosing instead to explore music independently and personally.
Thank you for staying with India Today. You're watching Super 6. I'm Suesha Samant, and well, our focus now on how it is ally versus ally in Tamil Nadu yet again. Days after Congress MP Manikam Tagore demanded respect and a fair share of power from the DMK, the party appears to have issued an ultimatum to the Congress leader. However, the leader seems defiant. So what next? Is it for the India bloc in Tamil Nadu? A power sharing arrangement or a power split? Here's that report.
As Tamil Nadu gears up for assembly polls, the political heat is rising within the ruling alliance. Last Sunday, Congress MP Manikam Tagore sparked a storm, saying that the party seeks respect from the DMK and a fair share of power. While many party leaders have supported his stance, not everyone welcomed his comments. Sources say the DMK is upset with the Congress and has questioned why some leaders are still speaking despite party instructions to the contrary. To manage the situation, TN Congress Chief Selva Peruntagai met Party Supremo Mallikarjun Kharge and briefed him on the political climate in the state.
Situation of the Tamil Nadu, situation of the election. As a state president, my duty to explain the Honorable Congress All India President Gargeji. My All India Congress Committee said very clearly should not talk in the public platform, public domain about the election, about the alliance. So we are following very strictly.
Shortly after, in a cryptic social media message, Manikam Tagore says he fears no one, but denied any rift within his party and the alliance in Tamil Nadu.
தலைமைக்கு தெரியுமா நீங்க இந்த ஆட்சியில் பங்குன்ற தலைமை தான் கேட்டுச்சுல 17ஆம் தேதி தலைமையிட்ட உட்கார்ந்து பேசிட்டு தானே வந்தோம். அதெல்லாம் நீங்க நீங்க பத்திரிகையாளர்களை பெருசாக்கி இருக்காது. அண்ணனுக்கு தம்பிக்குமான ஒரு பிரச்சனை ஒண்ணுன்னா நாங்கெல்லாம் சகோதரர்கள்.
Amid this, Vijay's TVK has stepped in to support the Congress, saying that Manikam is asking the right questions.
அதே இடத்துல திமுகவே வேற போட்டி வேட்பாளரை நிறுத்தி அனைத்து காங்கிரஸ் வேட்பாளர்களும் தோற்கடித்தார்கள். இப்போ ஒரு வருஷம் 2 வருஷம் முன்னாடி நடந்த உள்ளாட்சி தேர்தல் தான் பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம். எல்லா இடத்துலையும் காங்கிரஸோடைய கவுன்சிலர்களை திமுகவை போட்டி வேட்பாளரை நிப்பாட்டி தோற்கடித்தார்கள். அதே மாதிரி தான் இப்போ கடந்த சில நாட்களாக நடக்கும் பிரச்சனைகளை பார்த்து.
Meanwhile, PNK Chief Anbumami Ramadas has claimed that the India bloc risks fighting amongst themselves, potentially giving the NDA a clear advantage.
அவங்க கூட்டணிக்குள்ளே அவங்க முடிச்சிடுவாங்க. காங்கிரஸ் குழப்பம் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. காங்கிரஸை தோக்கடிக்கிறதே திமுக தான். பார்த்துட்டு தான் இருங்க, பாருங்க. இதில் நிறைய சிக்கல்கள் இருக்காங்க. இந்த தேர்தல் அண்ணா திமுகவுக்கும் திமுகவுக்குமான போட்டி இந்த தேர்தல்.
With polls approaching, the political turf war in Tamil Nadu is intensifying, and the DMK Congress ruling alliance is clearly under strain. With Pramod Madhav and Anaga Kesav, Bureau Report, India Today.
And let's now take a look at the number game as Congress seeks more power and respect in the India bloc in Tamil Nadu. How are the numbers really looking at? What was it in the 2021 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections? Out of the 234 assembly seats, the DMK that won 133, securing a clear majority, while the Congress at that time just managed 18 seats. Given this disparity, is the Congress really in a position to demand a larger share in the alliance? While quite has been the pattern for the Congress when it comes to really allying with the regional player, because in the same election, the vote share was evenly split between the two major Dravidian parties, with the DMK securing 33% of the total votes and the AIDMK also receiving 33%. But what was the Congress like? The Congress garnered just 4% of the votes, while the BJP obtained 3%. The remaining 27% of the votes were secured by other parties and independent candidates. The question is the Congress in a position to bargain with the DMK for more seats? And given this, is the DMK right in taking the upper hand in the alliance? And we now cut across to more breaking news coming in. According to sources, the DMK does remain upset with the Congress, asking why Congress netas are not listening to its leadership. DMK now doubts if this is being done on purpose, saying that DMK has instructed netas not to criticize the Congress. How come Congress netas still speaking on power sharing, especially after what happened over Manikam Tagore? Now, although he did take a U-turn, but this has massively upset the DMK. Let me take this to my colleague Pramod Madhav, now joining us on the broadcast with further details of what are the feelers coming in from the DMK on this?
Well, Suisha, one thing is very certain. DMK has not been quite happy with whatever happening inside the Congress campus. And the first and foremost thing that we've been also highlighting is that while TVK is constantly criticizing DMK, so far Congress has not said anything against the kind of criticism TVK is making against DMK, its closest ally in the state of Tamil Nadu. However, in recent times, Manikam Tagore, even after DMK made sure that the headquarters for the Congress would go ahead and instruct that no one should talk about the alliance or any kind of issue on public platform, Manikam Tagore has been constantly speaking on this matter. In fact, 2 days back, he held a meeting where he claimed that Congress cadres are not being respected. He also said that Congress is actually carrying the blame for the mistakes of the DMK. That is a very big statement. And he said he will demand power sharing in all these ways. And he also yesterday, as Selva Perunthagai went to meet Kharge, he actually critically shared a post on social media claiming that there is no fear at all. Now, DMK very clear-cut has said that it has had enough of whatever is happening over here, and they have said that why no action has been taken against netas inside Congress who are making such comments, while DMK has made sure that anybody criticizing Congress is facing kind of action, and they've been asked not to do so. And this is why it looks like an ultimatum from DMK to Congress, Suresh.
Exactly the point, Pramod, given the fact that the DMK so far has been maintaining, even at the conclave by India Today, where they said that they are confident they will form the government, but also clearly saying that the alliance is very much intact. Now, while the DMK is taking that clear line, such actions by the Congress likely to miff the DMK further, to even have an impact on the alliance, and most importantly, what the power sharing formula will be.
Well, one thing is very certain, Suresh. The concept is that CM Stalin also while speaking on the round table very clearly said that he has a brotherhood kind of relationship with Rahul Gandhi, and that's the reason they are trying to avoid any kind of criticism over here, and all talks are being held or taken care of by Kanimori, who's directly talking to Rahul Gandhi. But the important aspect here is that it looks like a huge bet is being placed over TVK, and that seems to be because of several text messages or kind of data that is being provided by certain Congress netas to Delhi. And this is where DMK is now questioning how come Congress is remaining silent even when such kind of criticism it's facing in Tamil Nadu, Asia.
All right, Pramod, we'll leave it at that. We'll wait and watch how the alliance and this sort of an equation panning out between the DMK and the Congress continues in the run-up to the polls in Tamil Nadu. And well, BJP MP Tejashwi Surya, who rolled out a distinctly Bengaluru-style welcome for newly appointed US Ambassador to India Sergio Gore during the diplomat's first visit to the city. The BJP leader hosted Gore in Indira Nagar, treating him to classic local favorites, masala dosa and traditional filter coffee. That's not all. The two also enjoyed a ride in a Namma auto, an experience Surya described as the real Bengaluru. We leave you with these pictures, and thank you so much for watching this edition.
City, and thank you so much what you're doing for the US-India relationship. And I got the most incredible host right here. Going to Bengaluru for the first time. Love it.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids. 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
बोली सर कड़ा में करूँ सर मादी వచ్చారు బ్యాచ్ మేము ఇద్దరు వచ్చినా సార్
At one of India's largest tribal festivals, a moment of celebration turned into controversy.
Manufacturing date నుంచి ఇది డేట్ తో తయారు manufacturing date అంటున్నాను అర్థమైంది मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डेट जो इन चौक सर
A Muslim food vendor was publicly harassed on camera, accused of food jihad in the middle of Medarma Jataru in Mulugu, Telangana. YouTuber harassed Sheikh Shawali demanding he show his Aadhaar card. He forced him to eat khova buns he was selling. Wali had come from Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh to take part in festival. The incident triggered social media outrage. Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Nara Lokesh said he was sorry for Wali's troubles and promised to meet him. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi condemned the incident. What should have been a festival of faith and devotion instead exposed the dark side of communal profiling, reminding us that even amidst millions of devotees, intolerance can strike at smallest stall. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 29 and minimum 16 degrees. Mumbai maximum 27 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata maximum 32 and minimum 17 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 30 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 31 and minimum 18 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. ACB raids 15 premises in Jal Jeevan Mission. Scam probe in Rajasthan. 23-year-old man run over by speeding car in Delhi. Dies on spot. UP police vehicle crashes in Maharajganj. 1 sub-inspector killed and 5 injured.
Imagine wearing a device that tracks your health, your vital parameters, your metabolic health, sugar, blood pressure, etc., 24/7. Well, in the era of digital health, wearable health, this really is possible. Nothing unusual, isn't it, in that sense? But what if all of this information is being monitored by qualified doctors 24/7, who then carefully note your every heartbeat and reach out to your family if anything is amiss, warning them about a possible emergency? This is doctor-led healthcare from the comfort of your home. A new AI-driven ecosystem is redefining patient care by bringing the hospital to the home. Led by medical experts, the platform monitors chronic health data in real time, intervening early to stop the progression of disease before it reaches a crisis point. At the core of this ecosystem, iLife Connect is a small wireless biosensor patch paired with a wearable wristband that continuously captures vital parameters.
This is FDA approved, CE approved device, and this is a wristband, and with this all the data comes. This is a relay device. This relay device helps capturing all that data, and takes it from here into the iCloud platform.
And the vital parameters comes like ECG, saturation, blood pressure, blood sugar, and stability, like patient is about to fall or these things. So these all data gets, converted into soft copies, and that goes as for the iCloud to the command center, and from there our doctors will also analyze and get back to the patient or the healthcare giver.
Doctors say the absence of continuous medical care is what drove them to work on a device of this kind.
Vulnerable population like elderly patients who are living alone, who are not, with their children, or healthcare facility in remote villages are not there, but the mobile phone is working, they can immediately get under the umbrella of healthcare.
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever.
Hello everyone, you're watching To The Point with me, Maria Shakil. But first up, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Macron hold bilateral talks in Mumbai. Digitally unveil the final assembly line for H-125 helicopters of Tata Airbus in Karnataka. Macron also invites Prime Minister Modi for upcoming G7 summit in France. Congress DMK tussle over power sharing intensifies amidst row over Manikam Tagore's remarks. DMK now doubts if Congress netas are making repeated statements on power sharing at High Command's direction. It's a big scoop on assembly election. Sources say Assam polls might be conducted in single phase and model code of conduct likely to kick off in the first week of March. A reckless drive for Instagram Reels kills 23-year-old Sahil on streets of Delhi. No driving license, multiple challans pending. Minor accused gets interim bail for class 10th boards. Mother of the youth cries for justice.
उस लड़के को एक ही गाड़ी बार-बार एक ही क्राइम कर रही है, उसको कोई स्टॉप नहीं कर रहा है। क्यों? दूसरों के बच्चों के मरने का वेट कर रहे हैं। बाद में 2000 रुपए लेके बेल दे देगी उनको। 1000 रुपए, 2000 रुपए, 4000 रुपए, ये वैल्यू है हमारे बच्चों की। पूरी जिंदगी अपने बच्चों को पालने में, उनको एक फ्यूचर देने में, उनको शेप करने में खत्म कर देते हैं माँ बाप। दिस इज द वैल्यू।
Veteran screenwriter Salim Khan is hospitalized in Mumbai. He is currently admitted in the ICU. Actor Salman Khan and his sister Alvira and brother-in-law rushed to the hospital. Fourteen former cricket captains, including Kapil Dev and Sunil Gavaskar, write to Pakistan government urging them to ensure that former Prime Minister Imran Khan is given medical attention and fair treatment inside the jail.
हमारे रिश्तों को स्पेशल ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप के अहम पड़ाव तक पहुंचाया है। आने वाले समय में हर सेक्टर में हमारी कलेक्टिव क्रिएटिविटी पूरे विश्व का बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करेगी। फ्रेंड, भारत अपनी हजारों वर्षों की यात्रा में मैथ्स, मेडिसिन, मेटलर्जी और आर्किटेक्चर जैसे अनेक क्षेत्रों में मानव कल्याण के लिए इनोवेट करता रहा है और अब 21वीं सदी में भी भारत के युवा इनोवेट फॉर ग्लोबल गुड की उस यात्रा पर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आप देखिए, भारत के वाइब्रेंट स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम से लेकर के हमारी वर्ल्ड क्लास रिसर्च लैब्स तक एक नया कैन डू ऑप्टिमिज्म उभर रहा है। स्टार्टअप इंडिया प्रोग्राम से एक दशक में ही भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बन चुका है। 2014 में भारत में जहां सिर्फ 4 यूनिकॉर्न थे, आज भारत में 120 से अधिक यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं। इनकी टोटल वैल्यू $350 बिलियन से अधिक या लगभग 300 बिलियन यूरो है। आज दुनिया की करीब करीब हर बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी भारत के स्टार्टअप, भारत के इनोवेशन से किसी न किसी रूप में जुड़ी हुई है। फ्रेंड, बीते एक दशक में हमने स्कूलों से लेकर इंडस्ट्रीज तक इनोवेशन के लिए एक कंड्यूसिव इकोसिस्टम तैयार किया है। स्कूलों में अटल टिंकरिंग लैब से लेकर मेंटरशिप, स्कॉलरशिप और स्टार्टअप कैपिटल तक आज एक सशक्त नेटवर्क मौजूद है। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे बड़े हैकाथॉन इकोसिस्टम्स में से एक है। यहां प्राइवेट सेक्टर की रिसर्च इनोवेशन स्कीम के जरिए सीधा सपोर्ट मिल रहा है। स्टार्टअप इंडिया 2.0 से डीप टेक इनोवेशन के लिए कैपिटल मोबिलाइजेशन किया जा रहा है। फ्रेंड, हमारा अटल इनोवेशन मिशन आने वाली 24 फरवरी को एक दशक पूरा करेगा और इतने ही समय में ये दुनिया के सबसे बड़े ग्रासरूट्स इनोवेशन मिशन में से एक बन चुका है। हमारी 10,000 से ज्यादा टिंकरिंग लैब्स आज 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट इनोवेटर्स के साथ काम कर रही है। इस मिशन से 100 से ज्यादा इंक्यूबेटर्स और कई डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स भी उसके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं आज यहां मौजूद सभी इंडस्ट्री कैप्टन से भी विशेष आग्रह करूंगा कि आप अटल इनोवेशन मिशन के साथ जरूर जुड़े। फ्रेंड्स, विकसित भारत की यात्रा को इनोवेशन का इंजन चाहिए। इसलिए इस वर्ष के बजट में भी हमने इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम को मजबूत करने पर बल दिया है। कंटेंट क्रिएशन को मजबूती देने के लिए 15,000 स्कूलों और 500 कॉलेज में कंटेंट क्रिएटर लैब बनाई जाएगी। एआई, क्वांटम, बायोटेक, सेमीकंडक्टर और क्लीन एनर्जी में हम मिशन मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ हम टेक्सटाइल्स, केमिकल्स, स्पोर्ट्स गुड्स, प्रिसीजन टूल्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हर सेक्टर में इनोवेशन को प्रमोट करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, हमें बहुत गर्व है कि भारत विमेन लेड रिसर्च और इनोवेशन का उज्जवल उदाहरण बन रहा है। आज लगभग 50% स्टार्टअप्स में कम से कम एक विमेन डायरेक्टर है। एक बहुत बड़ी संख्या में छात्राएं स्टेम ग्रेजुएट्स बन रही हैं। कृषि, स्वास्थ्य या फिर स्पेस मिशंस, वीमेन आर लीडिंग एवरीवेयर। फ्रेंड्स, भारत के इस स्पीड और स्केल के साथ जब फ्रांस की ताकत जुड़ जाती है तो दुनिया के लिए नए रास्ते बनते हैं। आज भी यहां दोनों देशों के बेस्ट माइंड्स एक साथ आए हैं। आज दोनों देश एक दूसरे के टैलेंट का खुले दिल से स्वागत कर रहे हैं। फ्रांस ने 2030 तक 30,000 भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स का स्वागत करने का लक्ष्य रखा है। ये यंग एनर्जी और यंग माइंड्स के तालमेल का एक बेहतरीन प्रयास है। फ्रेंड, साल 2026 भारत फ्रांस संबंधों के लिए एक अति विशेष वर्ष है। इसमें पीपल टू पीपल एक्सचेंज और गहरे होंगे। इंडस्ट्री टू इंडस्ट्री पार्टनरशिप का विस्तार होगा। आज हम जैसे भारत में जुटे हैं, उसी तरह जून 2026 में फ्रांस में भारत इनोवेट्स 2026 के तहत हम भारत के बेहतरीन टेक स्टार्टअप दुनिया के सामने रखेंगे, जो हेल्थ, क्लाइमेट, सिक्योरिटी जैसे ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान बना रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, मैं फ्रांस और पूरे विश्व के लीडर्स, सीईओज, इन्वेस्टर्स और यूनिवर्सिटीज को आमंत्रित करता हूं। आइए भारत के साथ मिलकर ऐसा भविष्य बनाएं जहां टेक्नोलॉजी मानवता की सेवा करे और प्रगति समावेशी हो। इसी भाव के साथ आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और मेरे मित्र का मैं बहुत आभारी हूं, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने समय निकाला है और जिस प्रकार से उम्दा शब्द उन्होंने कहे हैं और जो विश्वास प्रकट किया है भारत और फ्रांस के संबंधों को लेकर के, उसके लिए एक अच्छे मित्र के रूप में और भारत फ्रांस की अच्छी मित्रता के रूप में मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Mr. Modi,
thank you, sir.
There speaking in Mumbai, as he highlighted certainly the big achievements and of how India stands at this junction as the AI summit is currently underway. Prime Minister highlighting that technology exists to serve humanity, not to replace it. He has gone on to say that the vision is clear. AI must accelerate global development while remaining deeply human-centric. So the centrifugal force of this entire AI development should be around humans. Prime Minister also said that he sees AI as a force multiplier which will further help us push the boundaries of what we thought possible. He has said that India should be among the top 3 AI superpowers globally, not just in consumption of AI, but also in creation. The world must work towards common principles and standards in AI And he has also said that history teaches us that whenever innovation happens, new opportunities emerge, and the same will be true in the age of artificial intelligence. Those are the visuals also on your right side of the screen, where you can see Prime Minister Modi with President Macron, where they are talking about, of course, the various aspects of it. This is an important critical visit of President Emmanuel Macron to India. Shifting focus now to our top story this hour. The Supreme Court has warned India's political class to exercise constitutional power with restraint. Hearing a petition on political speeches, the bench said that leaders must foster fraternity, uphold mutual respect, and take responsibility along with their parties. The media must also report hate speech responsibly. The petition followed controversial speeches and a video by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and BJP Assam unit accused of targeting a community and promoting hatred. The Supreme Court's message is clear that free speech cannot become a license for division, and safeguarding fraternity is a shared responsibility of leaders, parties, media, and the society. First, let's listen in to what happened in the court today, and then I bring in the guests.
The Supreme Court has delivered a firm message to India's political class. Constitutional power must be exercised with constitutional restraint. The court was hearing a petition filed by eminent citizens seeking directions to frame guidelines on political speeches when the bench made a series of significant observations. Public figures, the bench observed, carry a continuous obligation to uphold constitutional values, whether speaking inside institutions or outside them. Political leaders, the judges said, must actively foster fraternity in the country. The court asked political parties to fight elections on the basis of mutual respect. Flagging a deeper concern, the court remarked that the origin of hate speech lies in thought and questioned how the state or court can possibly regulate what individuals think. The bench also cautioned against selective targeting in the name of regulation. Responsibility, it noted, does not rest with individuals alone. Political parties too are accountable for the conduct and words of their leaders. The spotlight then turned to the media. The court underscored the need for clarity and responsibility while reporting alleged hate speech. The petition was filed in the wake of recent speeches of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and a video posted by BJP Assam, which sparked controversies after they were perceived as targeting a specific community. These observations come shortly after the Supreme Court declined to entertain pleas against Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. The petitioners have accused the Chief Minister of using the term Mia to target Muslims, featuring in a video posing with a gun aiming at men wearing skull caps, calling for a boycott of Muslims, violating his constitutional oath, promoting communal hatred. Though the court chose not to intervene, an FIR was filed in Bengaluru against the social media handle of the BJP's Assam unit over the shooting video, which has been taken down now. And while the court did not step in, the broader concern over inflammatory rhetoric persists. According to India Hate Lab, India recorded 1,318 instances of hate speech in 2025, up from 1,165 in 2024 and 668 in 2023. The Supreme Court's message is clear. Free speech cannot become a license for division. Safeguarding fraternity is a shared constitutional duty of leaders, political parties, the media, and society as a whole. Bureau Report, India Today.
Sanjay Hegde, senior advocate of the Supreme Court, joins me on the show. Mahima Singh is the spokesperson of the Congress Party. Swapnil Kothari is the spokesperson, is senior advocate of the Supreme Court. Sajjan Kumar is a political analyst. Sanjay Hegde, the big question is there have been guidelines in the past that has been issued as well. But does it really stop politicians and others from making hate speeches? And are these guidelines really followed?
I don't think the guidelines are followed, because how do you enforce those guidelines? Those guidelines can be enforced only by contempt action. Now, contempt again requires a long hearing. If politicians decide that, look, I'm going to say it, consequences be damned, I get my votes, and we will see these things as and when we are called upon to answer in the Supreme Court, these things will not work. And that is exactly the concern that the Supreme Court has expressed. They have said that while we can give guidelines, enforcement is a different ballgame altogether. And how do you prevent people
Control
from
the
thinking?
thought.
And that is why they've emphasized the positive part. Please consider it your constitutional duty to promote fraternity. And it is not only incumbent upon the leaders, it is incumbent upon the population. Let us promote fraternity by actively saying that those who violate it will not get our votes. If there is a political cost, automatically things start receding.
You made an important point, and I think what was said by Justice Nagaratna becomes important here, Swapnil Kothari, that before the speech comes the thought, and how can we control the thought? And she goes on to say that erase thoughts which goes against the constitutional ethos. It was necessary. But it also requires much more than changing the mindset. My point here is that can this really be a deterrent? I'm asking this question because let's not forget that in the run-up to 5 state elections, there'll be more hate speeches. And all those speeches at that time will be challenged in the Election Commission. And we have seen what happens, what is the fate of these petitions before the Election Commission?
Maria, these guidelines from the Supreme Court will only be directory. They will not be mandatory. This is a food for thought. It's wisdom dished out by the Supreme Court. It's given its pearls of wisdom for absolutely free. Now, how the political people who participate in elections, how they view it, whether they choose to ruminate over it, whether they still want to toss it aside and still want to pursue their personal goals or the goals of the party is entirely up to their conscience. My reading of this will be very simple, Maria. In run up to the elections, as you rightly pointed out, you'll see much more. I mean, 223, your figures stated 668 hate speech instances. Now doubled that in 2025, which is hardly in a span of 2 years. So you can imagine what is happening. There is a definite divide. There is no question about it. There is a definite agenda to ensure that there is some sort of fractiousness between the two communities. And to the extent that this, I'm not saying that this is the agenda of any ruling party. All I'm trying to say is that this is a certain political agenda of certain people who believe that they are not going to be able to get votes on merit. So they try to use any single card that's available to them. So this vociferous tendencies which are exercised by the candidates is very likely to come within the purview of the Election Commission rules. And hopefully, if you have some very strong election commissioner at that time, he should proscribe it. And not only that, but I think there should be some punitive measures against this as well. Apart from your Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita sections of 298 and 199, 196 and 299, you're not going to be able to do anything much. FIRs will be dealt with. Somebody will say, oh, I did not have the intention, I apologize. Actually, the offense sticks the moment you make these kind of speeches. Say, for example, what Himanta Biswa Sarma did. I mean, he can't say that I did not know what I was doing in the video. But the point is that that is something, as a chief minister, you should have exercised a little bit more caution, more restraint, Maria. And that is where the internal concerns of the person in question, not only him, but anybody else, everybody else. And that too, even of the minority community. If there is a political leader of that minority community, he should exercise restraint as well. It applies to both sections.
Okay. Let me bring in Mahima as well. Mahima, this is not against an individual. This is about questioning netas in general. Today, it may be Himanta Biswa Sarma, but there are multiple instances of leaders of other political parties indulging in similar hate speeches and divisive comments.
Jai Hind. Maria, the video, the very embarrassing and the very worrisome video that you're playing on your channel has been taken down from the BJP handles. besides the fact that the BJP spokespersons are absent from shows on these issues and on your show as well today, speaks louder, for all of us than anything else. And I think the Supreme Court should have taken the cognizance. You are right that the issue is much larger than one individual. But the individual that we are talking about here has gone on election after election, first Jharkhand, then Chhattisgarh, now his own home state. He's going on making these hate slurs. And the Honorable High Court, to whom a letter was written by the petitioners before they approached the Supreme Court, was completely silent, refused to take suo motu cognizance, which it should have been taken. In fact, the slurs that have been made by Himanta Biswa Sarma, saying that making Mia people suffer is my job, a sitting chief minister saying that, and saying that Muslims won't be allowed to vote in the state of Assam, which is very much a part of the Indian Republic, which falls under the purview of the Indian Constitution. How can a sitting chief minister say that? Should that not worry the Supreme Court? That is what I would say what would be the worry of every well-meaning Indian citizen today who believes in the Constitution of India. And Honorable Supreme Court might have been far too optimistic when it said that you take it back to the jurisdiction of the Honorable High Court of Guwahati, because the trend that we have been seeing is that the courts are as Mr. Hegde said earlier, I would resonate that, one is that the procedure is so prolonged. Besides, we have seen that the judiciary is inclined towards the establishment more and more with every passing year for the last 11 years. So what do the people whose fundamental rights are being stepped upon by the very leaders who should have been protecting them in the first place, what should those citizens do, Maria?
Valid point here. Sajjan Kumar. Sajjan Kumar, will it really stop politicians from making hate speeches?
No, certainly not. Why should it stop when politics of discontent is way more rewarding than the politics of what you call fraternity? Because politics of fraternity doesn't give you the space to demonize your political rival and political party rivals. So political of discontent has been rewarding, and therefore there is no reason that in practice any political party from right to left to center is going to stop that. Now, what is the issue here? Because we are, as a citizen, we are accustomed to concentric and multiple identities. Religious identity is one of the identity which is used for othering. But there are also many other identities that is used to stigmatize you, to demonize you, to dehumanize you. It may be based on regions, as happens, the comments coming from many of the southern politicians against the Hindi heartland. Similarly, it can be based on language, the kind of Raj Thackeray politics you see. So in that context, I think if at all one has to take into account the hate speeches, then it should not be just a transactional thing targeting one party. Why should it just be anti-BJP paragon of secular petitioners?
Yes, the onus is on all political parties. I agree with you on that. And that's what even the Supreme Court has said.
Why just religious one? Why the same sort of enthusiasm is not seen when on the basis of region hate speeches are given? On the basis of language hate speeches are given. Right? So therefore, it seems it's like a manufactured, outrage. The many of the petitioner indulge in same sort of, demonizing the other. Going to US, testifying to the US Congress on the poor record of India's human rights, demonizing one community, one caste. So that way, I think the very scenario is paradoxical because many of the petitioners are always looking for sectarian fraternity. Fraternity should be seen if it suits your political campaign. So I think while in theory, it should happen in an ideal way that hate speech, acrimonious exchange of words should stop, but it is not going to stop because one, religious identity is just one of the identity of othering. There are many other identities that is used by progressive politics. And two, the ones who reach out to the court themselves in so many other aspects are indulged in othering multiple modes of our identity. So it's not going anywhere at all.
Okay. I have 30 seconds for the two lawyers on the panel, Sanjay Hegde and Swapnil Kothari. Sanjay Hegde, please go first.
Well, let me define hate speech. Hate speech is when you punch down. Would the Chief Minister of Assam have spoken this disparagingly about the ruling castes in his state, about the Ahoms, for instance? No, it would be political suicide. It is whenever you see a weaker target, if you talk down to it, you incite violence to it, that is hate speech. And that should not be amplified and should not be rewarded. Let us cut off the reward and the risk will diminish.
But there is that point that has been made by the Supreme Court that the media should not amplify hate speech. Shouldn't it also be seen perhaps that the media is informing that there has been a hate speech that has been made, Swapnil Kothari?
Absolutely bang on point, Maria. Media never amplifies hate speech. It doesn't peddle that. Media is only showing that to the entire audience, to its entire viewership, that this is what it is. Now, to the best part possible, if you are spewing bile during your debates, that is something which I do not like. But at the same time, if you're informing the people and you're saying that this is something there and you're catching and you're pointing it out, bringing the relevant people to talk about it and criticizing it and proscribing it, then the media has done its job. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. So I think the Supreme Court was trying to tell generically, saying that, look, if there is something that is happening here, then at the same time, the media should be a little cautious. So, just to single out a political party. See, I would not know whether Himanta Sharma did what he did unless and until media would show this. And by media, I think it doesn't mean television media. It even points out to newspaper media. So, unless you inform and how you write a particular thing, that is most important. Or how you show it. And if you're going to show it in a way that is more informative, rather than spewing bile in any manner, which I think most responsible media doesn't do it. So I think the Supreme Court has
At least that's what media is expected to do. Exactly. Let's put it that way. All right, Sanjay Hegde, Swapnil Kothari, Sajjan Kumar and Mahima, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be details of something which has shocked all of us. It's a case of reckless driving. A 23-year-old man lost his life in Delhi's Dwarka. We'll get you details.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola, President Macron and PM Modi hold talks. Agree to boost cooperation in multiple sectors. Tariq Rahman sworn in as Bangladesh PM. 25 ministers inducted into cabinet. Australia knocked out of T20 World Cup. Zimbabwe enters Super 8.
50 years of India today. A timeless chronicle of 5 decades of India's rise. The moments that shaped a nation. The decisions that changed its course. The stories that defined its future. Now captured in a premium hardbound collector's volume. A book that documents India's journey of last 50 years. For those who witnessed it and for those who seek to understand it. India Today 50th Anniversary Special Collector's Edition book. Order your copy now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. 50 years Anniversary Edition.
Among the delegates is also multiple women. So here is Manvi, who's here, also part of the incubation at inception program at NVIDIA. This is your startup. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so Interlude is basically a platform generator which generates platform declaratively. So you don't have to do like typical native platform generation. It basically, you just declare your requirements to us, to the platform, and it generates itself. Okay.
When did you start?
So we have been building quietly for past 7-8 years. We have matured it to a level where the platforms that it generates now, the quality of it is actually enterprise grade. So basically it's secure, scalable, and it can handle a scale of more than 1 million users. Okay.
And it's an all-women team?
Looks like. Right now on the booth, yes, but not all women team. But yeah, so we have a lot of, so Meghna, she's our head of business. She's a woman. I am part of product team.
And you're from which part of India?
So our team is based in Bangalore. And the office is based in Bangalore, but the team is spread out all across India.
Thank you so much.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. President Macron and PM Modi hold talks. Agree to boost cooperation in multiple sectors. Tariq Rahman sworn in as Bangladesh PM. 25 ministers inducted into cabinet. Australia knocked out of T20 World Cup. Zimbabwe enters Super 8.
Another day, another accident, another life lost, and another juvenile involved who was allowed to scoot free. On the 3rd of February, a very scary accident happened out here in Dwarka, where a juvenile who was driving a Scorpio N at high speed went ahead and did an accident with a person who was on his two-wheeler. The magnitude of the accident was such that even today, that is even after almost 2 weeks since the accident has happened, the remains or the signs can still be seen on the road. If I could just show you around in the visuals over here, this is the exact spot where the bike came and eventually stopped. What eyewitnesses are telling us at this point in time, that the Scorpio N, which was being driven by a juvenile, was driving at a very, very high speed, and the bike was coming from the other side, that is from this end of the road. It is at this point that they met with an accident, and the bike was eventually dragged for more than 50 meters by the vehicle before coming to an eventual stop, and also going ahead and meeting with an accident with a third private vehicle, whereas the mother of the victim continues to demand justice for his son, the single mother who was making sure that their family goes on, but the 23-year-old man was actually killed in this very, very brutal and dastardly accident. It remains to be seen how will this system now eventually provide justice to this ailing mother who has lost his only son and only hope of survival. With the journalist Emmanuel, this is Anshul Singh for India Today.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 350, Mumbai 163, Kolkata 189, Bangalore 154, Chennai 188, Hyderabad 163.
In a shocking case of reckless driving, a 23-year-old man lost his life in Delhi's Dwarka after a speeding Scorpio SUV, allegedly driven by an unlicensed teenager, crashed into his motorcycle. The impact saw Sahil being killed instantly. The victim's mother has called it murder, not an accident, but the accused's father has called it a naive mistake. Take a look at this report.
फरवरी को मेरे मासूम बच्चे को अपनी गाड़ी से ऑन द स्पॉट उड़ा दिया।
A speeding Scorpio in the national capital with a brat behind the wheels. Driving recklessly. A fatal accident, an innocent young Sahil crushed to death. A billion dreams of his family shattered.
That was shocking. I'm not able to forget the way he was. He was on the road. Oh my God, in such bad shape. That is terrifying.
A grieving single mother is fighting for justice for her only son.
I'm a helpless mother alone.
The irony is that the accused is out on bail, as the minor who was driving the SUV without a license has been granted bail by the Juvenile Justice Board to appear for his Class 10 exam.
This is the exact spot where the bike came and eventually stopped. What eyewitnesses are telling us at this point in time, that the Scorpio N, which was being driven by a juvenile, was driving at a very, very high speed, and the bike was coming from the other side. It is at this point that they met with an accident, and the bike was eventually dragged for more than 50 meters by the vehicle before coming to an eventual stop, and also going ahead and meeting with an accident with a third private vehicle.
Immediately जो offending vehicle था उसमें दो लोग थे, एक सिस्टर थी और एक उसका भाई था. उनसे इनिशियल पूछताछ में इन्वेस्टिगेशन में उन्होंने अपनी एज 19 ईयर बताई थी, जो कि जैसे ही डॉक्यूमेंट्स वेरीफाई किए गए तो उसकी एज 17 साल कुछ महीने थी. जो जुवेनाइल है उसको 10 तारीख तक तो ऑब्जर्वेशन होम में रखा. आफ्टर दैट एग्जामिनेशन के चलते उसको अंतरिम रिलीफ मिला हुआ है.
The victim's mother has claimed that the Scorpio was speeding and making reels while performing stunts on the road. She calls it murder, not an accident, alleging that there were attempts to distort the facts and prove that the driver was a minor.
This is system also. एक ही गाड़ी बार-बार एक ही क्राइम कर रही है, उसको कोई स्टॉप नहीं कर रहा है. क्यों? दूसरों के बच्चों के मरने का वेट कर रहे हैं. बाद में 2000 रुपए लेके बेल दे देगी उनको. 1000 रुपए, 2000 रुपए, 4000 रुपए, ये वैल्यू है हमारे बच्चों की. मेरा बच्चा कभी घर नहीं आएगा. मैं क्या करूं? 23 साल मैंने अकेले पाला उसको. वो कभी घर नहीं आएगा.
The autopsy reveals that Sahil suffered severe craniocerebral trauma, skull fractures, multiple rib injuries, elbow fractures, internal bleeding, and hemorrhagic shock. Eyewitnesses have narrated the horror that unfolded on the 3rd of February.
वो आवाज सुनाई दी थी. आप आसपास ही काम करते थे?
आसपास में यहाँ पे काम करती हूँ मैं, और यहाँ पे पब्लिक वगैरह इकट्ठी हो गई थी. पे कंप्लेंट वगैरह की, कॉल वगैरह की, फिर आए सब लेके गए उन लोगों को. वो तो यहीं पे डेड हो गए थे. चार्जर वगैरह सब कुछ बाइक के ना पूरे पार्ट्स डेड हो गए थे. कुछ भी पार्ट नहीं बचा था.
The accused's father has defended his son and calls it a moment of naivete. His family claims that the accident took place when the bike was trying to overtake a bus and entered the lane from the wrong side.
एक्सीडेंट ये बोल रहे थे, देखिए बच्चा का गलती नहीं है, उधर से स्कूल बस आ रही थी, इधर से जा रहा था. अब वो तो घटना जो होना था हो गया. कोई गाली दे रहा था, कोई कुछ दे रहा था. मैं अपने मुंह से बोल रहा हूँ, वो समझेंगे पेरेंट्स अपनी ये कर रहे हैं. और इस घटना का दुख मुझे भी है, बहुत दुख है.
As one mother grieves the loss of her only son, will the parents who allowed an underage, unlicensed brat to drive on the roads be held accountable, or will an essay in justice be given once again? With Anshul Singh and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me now, Dr. Kamal Soi is the member, National Road Safety Council. We have Sanjay Sahai, former IPS officer. Dr. Soi, it seems that we are visiting this story, similar stories every year, perhaps multiple times in a year, with no solution in sight. There's always a grieving family which feels that justice is never served.
Maria, first of all, this is very tragic incident which has happened in front of us. And now the question here is why the parents are not learning the lesson. Although in 2019 Motor Vehicle Amendment Bill, we brought a change in the bill that any parents who's allowing the minor to drive will be prosecuted, will be fined for 25,000 and jail for 3 years. But still, they are not understanding this. Now, minor is driving. Why the parents are not behind bars? They should have been booked under Section 105 of BNS for culpable homicide not amounting to murder. There was a similar case in Pune Porsche case where the parents were booked and they were behind bars for well over 2 months and over. Now the question is, until and unless we teach them a lesson, this will not stop. This massacre on roads, this is a massacre. I will surely, like the mother of the child is saying, is a murder. This is a kind of murder which is happening on our Indian roads. Someone is losing their son, the daughters are losing their husbands. Likewise,
yes.
About 500 people are dying every day.
Sanjay Sahai, what is... Yes, absolutely. I mean, you're giving me those statistics, certainly very shocking. And there is almost a degree of helplessness with which we see these cases, Sanjay Sahai. It is invariably that the cops face questions with regards to investigation. And why do they fail to create a watertight case?
We will get to the case part of it. This has been an extremely heart-rending accident. And what is most repulsive, we'll come to the cops for sure. What is extremely repulsive is complete indifference of the police to start with, the government and all the elected representatives, and nobody speaks a word about it. Coming back to the question which you initiated, is why cops don't create a watertight case. See, most of these cases at the initial level in the bail itself, it is less than 7 years of punishment. So that fellow is let off, and that is what happened a couple of days back in the Kanpur case. With regards to the other case, this particular case in question, the father was detained. And after father getting detained, I think he was let off in a half a day or something. And the concerned section with the esteemed panelists is talking about 119A. So might be in the charge sheet, it is incorporated, but at the current point in time, we don't see any semblance of that investigation going further. As far as the police part is concerned, so you get for a motor vehicle inspection, you do all the modalities and you charge sheet the case. Now the battle starts in the court. Once it starts in the court, then defense lawyers and prosecution lawyers is basically a battle between two lawyers, the capability of two lawyers, and very rarely it is just related to the investigation of the case. So this is where we are with regards to a watertight case. If the trial goes on further, by the time it comes for trial or it goes through the whole process, from the judicial magistrate first class till High Court or the Supreme Court of India, I think most of the witnesses are weaned away. So that is another very, very disturbing dimension where witness protection is also not there. So this is where the whole issue is. And today also road safety is not a primary consideration either of the government or of the police. Only when these accidents of this nature come up, then everybody starts coming with his opinion, and also agony and distrust, everything is comes to the public domain. In reality, now speed is something which can be very easily be detected, monitored and penalized by the AI-enabled cameras, which is not happening. The 13 overspeeding case, and those 13 overspeeding case should have led to the impounding of this vehicle. What is happening is what we call as the broken window theory. So all these small cases are not being taken to the logical conclusion, and things of this nature happened. In the Porsche case also, we found that the vehicle itself was not registered. In this particular case, we have 13 penalties or 13 offenses which has happened earlier. Why we don't have this database on the public domain where we know that on these number of cases, these actions have been taken? So transparency is another thing which is basically, it is completely outside the public domain unless we make it transparent. Not going to happen. Most important, proactive enforcement is the only way out. And the cops and whosoever the stakeholders are, they have to be clearly held accountable and should be held criminally liable.
No, but I think accountability has to now shift towards criminally charging them if they do not respond, in the sense that they do not do their duty. I think I agree with you. I agree with you, Mr. Sahai, that it cannot be. Criminal liability is the only way forward now.
See, case of criminal omission or commission has to end up in criminal liability. It's both commission and omission. And here the driving part is omission. And omission is never given cognizance in this country, and that is how we are failing over and over again. The second point is, if we have invested huge amount of capital investment in technology for the police, we have 1 lakh cameras of Delhi government and some 10,000 cameras of Delhi police. If they are not yielding results, I think this money should basically be taken away from these officers. They have to be penalized. We are putting lakhs and lakhs of rupees in putting up this infrastructure. What is happening to the infrastructure?
Absolutely. So I think all these, despite all the infrastructure, despite the CCTVs, efforts being made to improve the quality of roads as well, if the accidents are continuing and the families feel, in this particular case, it's the mother who is weeping and seeking justice. She deserves it. Dr. Soy?
Yes, Maria, the mother of the child deserves justice like all the mothers in India, they deserve justice.
That's right.
Not only her mother, not only his mother. Now, as a society, we have to evolve ourselves. We cannot let this bloodbath on the roads. We will not, like Mr. Sahai was telling, enforcement is the only solution here. If to ask me what is the immediate solution, it is the 3 E's. That is enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. You cannot let these brats, rich and brats, play with the lives of innocent people. They are playing with the lives of innocent people for making reels. You cannot do this kind of tricks. Somebody has lost a son. Their bread and butter. The future of the nation is being just crushed under wheels. This has to come to an end, and I always tell people that this is not the job of Transport Ministry. This should be the road safety should come under Ministry of Home Affairs.
Yes,
should come under Ministry of Home Affairs.
There is
then
a need
only the things will start changing.
Yes, if the number of casualties, the number of deaths because of road accidents is increasing, there has to be relook as to how these lives can be saved. Dr. Kamal Sohi and Sanjay Sahai, really appreciate your time. That's all from me on this edition of To The Point. Thanks so much for watching.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. President Macron and PM Modi hold talks. Agree to boost cooperation in multiple sectors. Tariq Rahman sworn in as Bangladesh PM. 25 ministers inducted into cabinet. Australia knocked out of T20 World Cup. Zimbabwe enters Super 8.
कि भारत और फ्रांस मिलकर माउंट एवरेस्ट की ऊंचाइयों तक उड़ान भरने वाला विश्व का एकमात्र हेलीकॉप्टर भारत में बनाएंगे और ये पूरे विश्व को एक्सपोर्ट भी करेंगे। यानी इंडिया फ्रांस पार्टनरशिप knows no boundaries.
Tensions are flaring in Tamil Nadu ahead of the assembly polls as the political slugfest turns into a battle over dignity and discourse. An FIR has been registered by the Tamil Nadu police against BJP's Karur district president V.V. Senthilnathan for allegedly making obscene and derogatory remarks against Congress MP Jyotimani at a public rally in Karur. The Congress has slammed the comments as vulgar and misogynistic, accusing the BJP of repeatedly targeting women in public life.
We are not that woman.
In an exclusive interview with India Today, Jyotimani has demanded immediate action. While police action has been initiated, Senthilnathan has denied the allegations levelled by the Congress MP and has refused to apologise. This controversy comes close on the heels of another embarrassment for the BJP in the state. Tamil Nadu BJP chief Nayanar Nagendran recently apologized after making a crass remark linking actor and TVK chief Vijay and Trisha. Amid the row, BJP state vice president Khushbu Sundar posted a cryptic message on social media, speaking about the pain of sexual assault survivors and calling for empathy and justice. A post many see as significant considering the timing. With protests announced by the Tamil Nadu Congress across districts, the controversy has escalated into a large narrative battle about misogyny in politics, accountability, and the tone of campaign discourse. As Tamil Nadu heads into a high-stakes electoral season, the spotlight is no longer just on ideology, but on language, respect, and whether political firepower is crossing the line into personal attack. Bureau Report, India Today.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. President Macron and PM Modi hold talks. Agree to boost cooperation in multiple sectors. Tariq Rahman sworn in as Bangladesh PM. 25 ministers inducted into cabinet. Australia knocked out of T20 World Cup. Zimbabwe enters Super 8.
The global spotlight is on India hosting the AI Impact Summit 2026. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the India AI Impact Expo at the Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi on Tuesday. He visited various stalls at the venue and spoke with companies as well as startups participating in the expo. Earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the AI Summit for bringing the world together and showcasing the capability of India's youth and our progress in science and technology. The 5-day summit at Bharat Mandapam aims to shape how AI drives inclusive growth, governance, and human development. World leaders global tech firms, startups, policymakers, and academia are gathering to shape a shared roadmap for the future of artificial intelligence. With over 2.5 lakh visitors, the summit positions India at the center of the global AI conversation. India AI Impact Expo 2026 will be held alongside this summit and serve as the national demonstration of AI in action. The expo will feature over 600 high-potential startups and 13 country pavilions, showcased along the themes of people, planet and progress. Global leaders including French President Emmanuel Macron, Brazilian President Lula da Silva, Spanish President Pedro Sanchez, Sri Lankan President Anura Dissanayaka and Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan are participating in the summit. Unlike earlier AI meetings in the UK, South Korea and France that focused heavily on safety and regulation, India's summit seeks to place development and the global south at the center of the AI conversation. With global technology leaders including OpenAI CEO Sam Altman to Google CEO Sundar Pichai present at the summit, startup companies will showcase their prowess in how AI can be used for security, to prevent street crimes, in sports and even in medical procedures. As the first international AI summit of its kind being held in the global south, the summit positions India at the center of amplifying the voices of developing nations in global AI governance. With Shivani Sharma and Ashutosh Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by Adani, हम करके दिखाते हैं. Co-presented by Century HDF Premium Plus. Powered by NSE, enabling a billion dreams. Co-powered by Bank of Maharashtra, एक परिवार एक बैंक.
Bonjour.
Long live the Indo-French relationship.
Modi-Macron bilateral and Bonhomie. H-125 helicopter line inaugurated. India-France AI axis emerges.
Indo-French Center for AI in Health. और ये मात्र इंस्टीट्यूशंस नहीं है, ये फ्यूचर बिल्डिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स है.
Defense cooperation expands.
चाहे राफाल हो, चाहे सबमरीन्स हो, ऐसे कई जो क्षेत्र है जहां पर हम मिलकर भारत के साथ काम कर रहे हैं.
Rafale to submarines partnership. Multipolar world message.
ये पार्टनरशिप केवल स्ट्रेटेजिक नहीं है. आज के उथल-पुथल से भरे युग में ये ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और ग्लोबल प्रोग्रेस की पार्टनरशिप है.
हेजेमनी ना हो किसी, और हम पूरी तरह से कानून में, रूल ऑफ लॉ में विश्वास करते हैं.
Hugs and handshakes to counter hegemony.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast that comes to you from Maximum City, Mumbai. We are at the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus in Mumbai. I'm Gaurav Sawant, and over the course of the next half hour, we will talk about the India-France partnership. Prime Minister Narendra Modi described the India-France partnership as a force for global stability in a world that's full of turmoil and churn. There was conversation around the H-125 helicopters. Now, why is this a game changer? Remember, India is the only country in the world that has a battlefield at ultra-high altitudes. Siachen, for example, you have your soldiers deployed at 22,000 feet altitude, and there's no helicopter in the world that can fly loads at that altitude. Of course, the Alouettes or the Cheetahs and the Chetaks, they've done so, but that's the skill of the Indian Air Force or Indian Army pilots. This H-125 will be an absolute game changer. The French president spoke of technology transfer when it comes to the Rafale fighter jets, of submarines, and also warships and other defense items. Now, what does this how does this translate into action on ground and India-France strategic partnership? Is this then the go-to force when it comes to aviation, aeronautics, and partnership? India hedging when it comes to either Russia or the United States of America. We'll talk about this in greater detail, but first, our Mumbai and Delhi bureau bring you our top story.
My dear friend, President Macron, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार, bonjour.
Bonhomie strategy and a clear message to the world. The Modi-Macron meet in Mumbai signaled a partnership that goes beyond diplomacy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron came together to reaffirm ties, from artificial intelligence to advanced materials, from defense to digital science. They made it clear the ties are designed for the long haul and for global impact.
Indo-French Center for AI in Health, Indo-French Center for Digital Science and Technology और नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ अलायंस फॉर स्किलिंग इन एरोनॉटिक्स लॉन्च करने जा रहे हैं और ये मात्र इंस्टीट्यूशंस नहीं है, ये फ्यूचर बिल्डिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स है.
By jointly pressing the button.
A key symbol of that trust, the virtual inauguration of the Airbus H-125 helicopter assembly line at Vemagal in Karnataka.
भारत और फ्रांस मिलकर माउंट एवरेस्ट की ऊंचाइयों तक उड़ान भरने वाला विश्व का एकमात्र हेलीकॉप्टर भारत में बनाएंगे और ये पूरे विश्व को एक्सपोर्ट भी करेंगे. इंडिया फ्रांस पार्टनरशिप knows no boundaries.
Beyond manufacturing, the message was strategic. Both leaders spoke in one voice on democratic values, the rule of law, and multipolar world.
ये पार्टनरशिप केवल स्ट्रेटेजिक नहीं है. आज के उथल-पुथल से भरे युग में ये ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और ग्लोबल प्रोग्रेस की पार्टनरशिप है.
हमने एक नए रास्ते, कई नए रास्ते चुने, जैसे कि तीसरा रास्ता जो हिंद प्रशांत क्षेत्र का हो या फिर तकनीक का हो या फिर, और जिसमें हम ऐसा रास्ता है जिसमें कोई भी हेजेमनी ना हो किसी, और हम पूरी तरह से कानून में, रूल ऑफ लॉ में विश्वास करते हैं.
From Rafale fighter jets to submarines, defense cooperation is expanding. Macron called India one of France's most trusted partners.
चाहे राफाल हो, चाहे सबमरीन्स हो, चाहे वो ये जो हेलीकॉप्टर्स के लिए जो फाइनल असेंबली लाइन जो टाटा एडवांस्ड कंपनी जो है वो मिलकर फ्रांस के साथ कर रही है. हम मिलकर भारत के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पर हम टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर में विश्वास करते हैं.
In the world facing uncertainty, conflict and power rivalry, the India-France partnership is projecting stability, balance and trust. Bureau Report, India Today.
A lot of what you see today was in the works when Ambassador Javed Ashraf was India's ambassador to France. He joins me for a one-on-one on this India Today special broadcast. Ambassador Ashraf, welcome. when the president of France says that France believes in technology transfer when it comes to the Rafales and the submarines and the fifth generation fighter jet engines, what do you make of the India-France relationship as it stands today, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi says that there are no boundaries in this relationship? Is it finally coming of age and being acknowledged as such?
Well, Gaurav, thank you very much. And I know you're speaking from Mumbai. In a sense, this visit elevates the relationship to a new level, a culmination of a process that has been going on for some time. But let me start by saying that France has been a trusted, consistent, and a strong strategic partner for India for decades now. Remember that in 1998, after the nuclear test, that was the only Western country that maintained ties with India, in fact, started a strategic dialogue immediately, was one of the foremost drivers of India's reintegration into the nuclear order, been a consistent supporter in the UN Security Council, and has been a long-standing partner in defense, space, and civil nuclear energy at a time when most Western countries shied away from being our partner. It is driven by a sense of strategic autonomy, which we share. And as you've seen that over the decades, we've had a number of platforms, but it is now aligning itself with India's priorities for Make in India, for design and development in India, for testing, qualification, and certification in India, because they understand that the underlying principle of strategic autonomy is sovereignty in defense and advanced technologies, particularly in the evolving geopolitical order, which is really something which we have seen is a new era that we are entering into, an uncertain one. And so I think in all these areas, what France is saying, and it has been saying this for some time, that it is prepared to work with us, not just simply in terms of manufacturing TOT of non-critical items, but a complete transfer of technology, and including in the design and development aspect, develops Indian supply chains, because it is important not just to focus on complete platforms, but on the developing a complete supply chain. And that is where you really get that sovereignty. We've seen that they have made that offer a number of times. In the case of aircraft engine, which is in fact a very advanced technology, they have been repeatedly stating in writing that they are prepared to work with us for the design development of a future fifth generation aircraft, including on teaching us the hot sections, which is the most critical part, on advanced materials, which is, and castings and forgings, and all these areas, which are critically important for developing our capabilities. It's a reflection of great trust, but I would also say that it is a reflection of the times we are in, where this partnership is first being validated by the geopolitical developments, as both Europe and India are facing a moment of reckoning by major powers. We are entering a fragmented world of great power competition. Existing alliances are weakening or are shaken. New equations are being formed. All the underpinnings of the scaffolds of the geopolitical system are breaking apart. So this is era of multipolarity, backed by a sense of strategic autonomy and sovereignty. These are the principles on which this relationship stands. And I think it is now being backed by reinforced literally by EU-India partnership, which has now reached a completely new level just last January.
Yes. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also described 2026 as the year of transformation of India-Europe relationship, India-France relationship. But, the fighter jet engine for decades has been India's Achilles heel, and especially certain components. Now, in your view, sir, since you worked on this very closely, so yes, India and France have had great, military-to-military cooperation from the 1950s, the era of Tufanis, 1960s, the era of the Mystiers, and then the Jaguars, the Elysees, the Mirages in the 1980s. But now, are we seriously talking about a second line coming up where fighter jet engines, fighter jets, the fuselage and avionics can be made in India? And what kind of time frame do you see for this, sir?
Well, I think we have been very clear that all our defense partnerships will no longer be about buyer-seller relationship. India wants sovereignty, IP ownership, and indigenous capabilities in defense industry. I mean, that's a given. We are doing what we can on our own. But when we are looking at foreign partnerships, we are testing a proposal not so much in terms of, what price we are just getting it at, but what are the capabilities, but how much does it mean for developing long-term indigenous capabilities, and not just to manufacture or assemble as we have been doing, but to be able to continually upgrade it on the basis of our own strength. A model for that is the India-France cooperation for developing the space rocket engine, which Safran and ISRO did, which has given us the capacity to continue to evolve, develop it, and become completely sovereign and independent in this. That's what we expect out of this partnership. This is therefore when we start the process of negotiations. These are very early days, Gaurav. Acceptance of necessity is only a starting point. There is a whole lot of work to be done. And here, we would also like to get, not just in terms of manufacturing or assembling or developing the complete supply chain, but also integration of our own weapon systems, our own software, sensor fusion, our capacity to integrate the Rafale aircraft whenever that actually materializes into our complete data and network-centric system. So we have a complete efficiency and effectiveness in our air power. There'll be a lot on the table at this point of time that will be negotiated and developed as we go along. So it isn't going to happen tomorrow. So the second thing that you must remember is that skilling of people, and that is where this thing about aeronautic skill development is such an important important initiative. We need to develop the skills in India. It is a highly advanced skill that requires a lot of precision, zero tolerance for error, and the entire process is not going to happen overnight. When we talk 70% indigenization, for example, it will be a progressive effort as we develop capacities in supply chains, and this is going to be like a force multiplier if our vision actually translates into ground decisions and implementation. And the same applies to aircraft engine. Let me tell you, there are not too many companies in the world that are capable of actually having complete sovereignty in the design, development, and manufacturing of fighter jet engines of high thrust of 98, 100, 110, 120. And you require not just knowledge of engineering and design, but metallurgical knowledge also. And that is something which is of great value. Yes. And there are French companies. I was also involved in discussions with them. And I think we'll have to, because it's such an important deal that will, or an initiative that will mean something for us for decades ahead, it is important that, and I'm sure the government will negotiate it in a way that will give us what we want, not just in terms of immediate air power, but a future of aviation capacities that will be at par with the rest of the world, or it'll be leading.
But considering not many countries are willing to share the technology with India.
Sorry?
Go on, sir.
No, you just carry on with the question. I'll come back to it.
Go on. You wanted to add another point?
No, I just said, even this H-125 is a
not
beginning.
Many countries are willing to share that technology. Yes.
No,
that's the question I was coming to, because not many people realize those altitudes in India. I mean, the Siachen battlefield, for example. Yes, we've flown the Alouettes, again French helicopters, the Chetaks and the Cheetahs at 22,000 feet altitude, or in a rescue operation, even 23,000 feet altitude. But that's breaking all ceilings and risking the lives and limb of the pilots concerned. This is a helicopter, in your view, sir, would it be an absolute game changer? And if it's manufactured in India, we get the numbers that we need and then export to the world?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have been talking to France about, especially in the context of even aircraft engine, is that the IP has to be ours. right? When we design and develop our project, we should not need licenses to integrate it into our exports. That is a given, and that is something that we will get. Now you come to this H125, right? This is the first time that there is a final assembly line of a helicopter in India, other than that, which we do with HAL. Now you know that all HAL helicopters fly with Shakti engine, which is a French engine. All of them do. And that we are working on getting a complete transfer of technology. We already have 73% transfer of technology on Shakti engines, and we'll get that up to 100%. That's a given. Now, with H125 is the beginning of a process. Remember, this is to start with a final assembly line. We shouldn't be too satisfied with it. That once there is scale, and it is important that when we talk of indigenization, we must also back it up with scale. Otherwise, it will not be commercially viable. But I'm confident, and I worked on this, that H125 will have that scale. So we will eventually, from final assembly line, we must get into the design and development and the complete supply chain. In addition to that, this will be set the stage for twin engine helicopter,
Absolutely.
larger capacity. So we have an ecosystem. But hang on. Safran has already set up the MRO for the Shakti engines in Goa, but it's important that we also ensure that HAL's multi-role helicopter, which will be a 12-ton to 15-ton, a heavier helicopter, continues to make progress, and that we will work either with Airbus and to complete some aspects of design which we may not be capable of. But important that HAL and Safran have signed a joint venture to develop the engine for the IMRH, Indian Multi-Role Helicopter. So here you are looking at a ecosystem for helicopters, both for civilian needs, disaster management, remote area access, but eventually also for that almost massive demand for medium, small, and heavy lift helicopters in multi-role or in multiple ways for our armed forces. So I think we are also going into the direction of setting the stage.
Let me now.
Yeah. Sorry.
Brilliant. Let me now throw it open for a wider discussion. Ambassador Ashraf, joining me now on this broadcast, Ambassador Yash Sinha, former High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, again somebody who watches India-Europe relationship very closely, and Air Marshal Anil Khosla, former Vice Chief of Air Staff, because remember, aviation, avionics, and that entire the aviation technology is an area where India and France are moving forward very, very closely. Ambassador Sinha, you wanted to come in on the India-France special strategic partnership, your reading of 2026 being year of innovation, cooperation in artificial intelligence for healthcare, and the conversations between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron, sir.
Gaurav, thank you. I think my colleague Javed has already elaborated in great detail about the significance of this visit, and particularly in defense cooperation. But I find this visit very significant because sometimes, we concentrate far too much on the Anglosphere and, the relationship with a country like France, which is vibrant, strong, and of long standing, goes under the radar. It's among the earliest strategic partnerships. I think it was 1998, was signed with France. And France, as Ambassador Ashraf mentioned, has stood by us during difficult times. I recall after our nuclear test in 98, when the West was basically imposing sanctions, France stood by us in many, and even during conflicts with Pakistan, etc. So I think it's a very significant visit, very significant at this particular point of time when the world is in a flux, if to put it mildly, and we are confronted with very stark choices. And France is always a safe harbor, always a country that we can rely on, not only in terms of defense cooperation, but for political support and backing also. So I think this visit by President Macron, though for the AI summit, the bilateral segment in Mumbai that concluded today was extremely important in my point of view. And the cooperation in upskilling in AI and in other areas are all sort of part of this very vibrant relationship between these two countries.
Very significant point, sir. Let me also bring in Air Marshal Khosla, former Vice Chief of Air Staff. And with the falling number of fighter jet squadrons, we are now down to maybe 30, 31 squadrons, some argue 29. The Rafale deal still in the works. Your reading, by when will we have the initial aircraft and then by when do you see that Make in India take effect with the F-3s and then the upgraded version of F-4s, sir?
Yeah, Gaurav, although this is the first step which has been taken, it will take a long time because a lot of effort needs to be put into finally when the deal is signed and the results start showing. Technical evaluation, firstly, the RFP has to be issued, and based on the response, then the thing needs to be finalized. The technical evaluation has to be done. Thereafter, the price negotiation, which takes quite a long time, and finally, the CCS approval. And after that, the whole gambit starts. Maybe the first 18 aircraft, which are supposed to be bought in a flyaway condition, will come faster. And while they are being made in France and being delivered, in parallel, I think the work will go on for technology transfer and setting up the production and assembly lines in India, depending on the contract. So it will take some time, being optimistic. Maybe 1 year is very, very optimistic figure. Maybe 2 to 3 years, the production, the addition of the aircraft into the Indian Air Force may start at a gradual pace, and then the pace may pick up later.
Be that, given that situation, what would that mean for India's falling fighter jet squadrons? We are down to 30, 31, some argue maybe 29 operational. And if it takes another 3 to 4 to 5 years, by the time the aircraft start coming in, would this indicate that we would need a stopgap arrangement? And what would that stopgap arrangement then mean for India's AMCA project, for our fifth generation? Or is there no alternative to this now, Air Marshal Khosla?
Yeah, so Gaurav, you rightly said, the figures varying 29 to 30. I think, in my opinion, personal opinion, we have hit the lowest figure now. And from here, it is a upward addition. The deal will definitely put brakes onto the drawdown. And I don't think we'll go down further. Now, as far as upscaling is concerned, that means the upward trajectory is concerned, it will not depend only on these 114 aircraft. It will be also dependent on how our indigenous production meets up our requirement, the pace at which we need induction of the indigenous aircraft, which I'm referring to. We already have 93 plus and 87 Mark 1As on order. Then the Mark II comes in, then the AMCA comes in. It's very essential that these aircraft are produced in time so that this drawdown is stopped, and further it starts increasing in numbers to the requirement as far the Indian Air Force is concerned.
Okay, and given the situation, Ambassador Sinha, you've dealt with our partners in the United Kingdom. You've seen how we've had a situation with the United States on the GE-404 engines right from the time when we did the Pokhran nuclear tests, and that's the time our Sea King and Sea Harrier fleet, was grounded post-Pokhran. And we still went in for the GE-404 engines, while they may have been the best given that situation. Do you foresee a stalling and adversely impacting India's LCA program, or do you see smooth sailing or touching the sky with glory in times to come on that, sir?
No, as the Air Marshal explained, and there's been a lot of delay in terms of replenishing our squadrons and our Air Force with the fighter aircraft. And I think we need to really do something about it. I think the government is serious, it's doing something. And I think as far as the US is concerned, there have been delays. We are aware of those delays. I'm glad that at least as far as Safran is concerned, things are working, will hopefully work as per schedule. But I think we really need to pay attention to our defense requirements. And I think this year's budget has, of course, allocated funds for purchases, but I think we need to make those purchases because, our defense acquisition process has been rather, in the past at least, I recall, it has been extremely convoluted and it takes a lot of time. So if we can cut the red tape, because this is a dire requirement, and I think we are hopeful that this issue will be resolved sooner than later. And, our neighborhood is only getting more complex. And certainly we need to be prepared for any eventualities.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure the government is working in that direction. And I think you need trustworthy partners, because if you can't trust a partner, especially for supply of defense equipment, then I think the whole point of having the strategic partnership is sort of comes up for debate. So I think as far as France is concerned, I think by and large they have been meeting their commitments, and I do hope President Macron's visit will further ensure that our already robust partnership will go from strength to strength, as the Prime Minister described in his press conference earlier today, from the depths of the ocean to the highest mountain, to Mount Everest, etc. So I do hope that, with the very close links that bind India and France are further strengthened by this visit, and not just in defense, as I said, but in other areas too. I think over 20 agreements and MOUs have been concluded today. And I think these are extremely significant, particularly signed during the times that we live in today, right now.
From artificial intelligence to upskilling in aviation to ecology to small nuclear reactors, modular nuclear reactors. Ambassador Javed Ashraf, you wanted to come in last 30 seconds that I have on this part of the show.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, this relationship is way beyond just defense. And one example of this is our convergence on both the public character and purpose, as well as open source nature of artificial intelligence. This is the building block of power, competitiveness, and leadership in the 21st century. And it is very important for India, France, India, and Europe to work together to prevent the emergence of a global duopoly in power between China and the United States, and to work for a world that is more inclusive and equal, and not lead to increased concentration of power in the hands of either two countries or a few companies. And I think this is a very important development, as is also, by the way, as a startling figure is that over the past several years, the stock of FDI investment from France into India is the highest in Indo-Pacific, and it stands at 373%. So it's a very complete relationship. And sometimes what we are doing in the defense space often overshadows some of the other strengths and of the relationship. So I think these MOUs that you're seeing today are a reflection of the kind of wide-ranging nature of the relationship. As I said, we are both wedded to the idea of a multipolar world, anchored in rule of law and multilateralism, and based on a sense of strategic autonomy. And this is the guiding principle for us going forward.
Oh, absolutely. And this is something that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the French President Emmanuel Macron also emphasized on. Rules-based order. You cannot have either America or China dictate to the rest of the world and expect them to kowtow to a duopoly, as Ambassador Javed Ashraf said. I want to thank all my guests. There's breaking news that's coming in on the India-Bangladesh front. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has written to the newly sworn-in Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Tariq Rahman. He's congratulated Tariq Rahman on taking over. He's invited Tariq Rahman to India along with his wife Dr. Zubeda Rahman and daughter Zaima at a mutually convenient time. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wrote to the new Bangladesh Prime Minister Tariq Rahman saying, and I quote, "I look forward to working closely with you to strengthen our multifaceted bilateral relations, enhance regional cooperation and advance our common goals in wide-ranging areas of connectivity, trade, technology, education, skill development, energy, healthcare, as well as cultural and people-to-people exchanges." Remember, people-to-people exchanges between India and Bangladesh remain extremely strong, and we'll be tracking the story very closely. There's lots happening in Bangladesh, but I have to slip into a quick break here. On the other side, we get you a big story where 14 cricketing greats have written to Pakistan seeking better treatment of World Cup, 1992 World Cup winning captain and former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan. Cricketing greats and legends are shocked at the manner in which Imran Khan is being treated. Details coming up. Stay with us.
Association with Century HDF Premium Plus.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जगह नो टेंशन वहाँ।
Premium Plus by Century ProWood. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola, President Macron and PM Modi hold talks. Agree to boost cooperation in multiple sectors. Tariq Rahman sworn in as Bangladesh PM. 25 ministers inducted into cabinet. Australia knocked out of T20 World Cup. Zimbabwe enters Super 8. Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 350, Mumbai 163, Kolkata 189, Bangalore 154, Chennai 188, Hyderabad 163.
Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan is languishing in Adiala jail. His lawyers, his doctors, his family, they've said he's lost 85% sight in one eye, and they allege he's not getting effective and proper medical treatment. He was sent to Pakistan Institute of Medical Sciences late in the night under a cloak of secrecy, where he was examined, but apparently his family says there isn't enough or proper medical attention that's given to him. PIMS doesn't have the equipment. 14 cricketing greats from across the world, including Sunil Gavaskar, Kapil Dev, Steve Waugh, Clive Lloyd, they've written to the Pakistan government saying he's not only a very popular elected leader, he's the former Prime Minister, he's the 1992 World Cup winning captain, he should get better treatment. There's much more. Is this one subtle indictment of the Asif Munir regime and the condition in which Imran Khan has been kept in? We get you more in this report.
इनको करवाना ही पड़ेगा इमरान खान का इलाज अपने डॉक्टर की मौजूदगी में.
Pakistan government's most powerful opponent is behind bars, and now he's losing eyesight. This is not about health, but about power. Imran Khan, jailed since 2023, has reportedly lost up to 85% vision in one eye. For supporters of Khan, who is lodged in Adiala jail, this is not a medical footnote. It is a symbol of a system where rivals are silenced.
ये जो खान साहब की आंख का इन्होंने किया है, खान साहब की बनाई गई है, खान साहब की आंख ज़ाया होने वाली है, उस वजह से हम ये प्रोटेस्ट तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसका मेन मकसद खान साहब की रिहाई है। खान साहब की आंख में ब्लड क्लॉट आया हुआ है जो इनकी मिसमैनेजमेंट है।
Khan says he complained of blurred vision for months. His lawyers alleged treatment came late after courts ordered medical examinations.
अभी मामला सीरियस है। जो कल की रिपोर्ट, खुद साख्ता रिपोर्ट इन्होंने जो जारी की है, उसमें भी बताया गया है कि इमरान खान साहब की आंख रिकवर कर रही है। तो इसका मतलब यह है कि इमरान खान साहब की आंख खराब की गई थी। खराब क्यों हुई थी, ये सवाल जो है हमेशा रहेगा। पाकिस्तान तहरीक इंसाफ का भी रहेगा, पूरे पाकिस्तानी अवाम का भी रहेगा। अभी इलाज चल रहा है, वो इमरान खान साहब के ज़ाती डॉक्टर्स और उनकी फैमिली मेंबर की गैर मौजूदगी में चल रहा है, जो शक व शुबहात मजीद बढ़ा रहा है। तो मेरे ख्याल में जो नाजायज हुकूमत है उनको भी, जो इनको लाए उनको भी।
The Pakistan government now claims his eyesight is improving. A medical board says treatment has helped. But Khan's personal doctor says he cannot confirm this because he has not been allowed direct access. The family is not convinced. Khan's sisters blame the military leadership.
हमें क्या पता आप जैसे अंदर क्या लिखवा दें, कल हमें बता दें प्लेटलेट्स का बता दें, कुछ भी लिख के दे दें रिपोर्टों में। हमारे डॉक्टर्स की मौजूदगी में हम आप पे एतबार नहीं करते। आप झूठे लोग हैं, आप डरपोक हैं, आप गीदड़ हैं और आपका खौफ और बढ़ाएंगे हम।
Khan's son are now seeking visas to visit their father, fearing his health is slipping inside prison walls. And the matter has gone global, from Sunil Gavaskar and Kapil Dev to Steve Waugh, Clive Lloyd, Greg Chappell. 14 former international captains appeal to Pakistan to provide immediate independent medical care, humane detention and family access. As concerns of isolation and restricted access rise, critics say this reflects a broader shift. With Munir's growing authority and civilian oversight shrinking, accountability is eroding. This is new Pakistan under Munir, where power holds key and opponents pay the price. Bureau Report, India Today.
And there's breaking news coming in. India's former cricketing great Sunil Gavaskar, he's just reacted to this. Sunil Gavaskar has spoken exclusively to India Today's Nikhil Naz, and Sunil Gavaskar says medical attention must be given to Imran Khan. Whatever is the legal procedure must happen, but not at the cost of medical treatment or words to that effect. Let's listen in to this India Today world exclusive.
14 former captains, cricket captains, have come together to write an appeal to the Pakistan government to give to Imran Khan a fair treatment. One of those 14 captains joins us right now in Mr. Sunny Gavaskar. Saiva, I know you and Imran Khan go back a long way, and it's great to see the cricketing community come together. But Imran has been there in jail for close to 3 years now. What prompted all of you legends to get together and write this appeal?
Yes, Nikhil. I've known Imran since India played against Worcester way back in 1971. He was just a 17-year-old trying to qualify as an overseas player for Worcester. And since then, we've played against each other. We've captained our countries against each other and got to know each other very well, fairly well. And therefore, to see, the news coming out about, the health problems that he's had because of inadequate medical treatment, certainly, made me want to join the appeal for asking that, a proper humanitarian treatment be given to him. We're not trying to enter into any political discussion over here, the captains. We just want that political differences aside, a humanitarian view should be taken. And not to forget that he is a hero in Pakistan. He's, one of the rare cricketers who's world famous. Not every cricketer is world famous, and he's put Pakistan's name on the world map with his exploits on the field. So clearly, I think he deserves a lot of human treatment and proper treatment so that, he gets better. Then, whatever the legal proceedings have to take place, they can take place, but at least make sure that he is in very good medical hands.
Joining me now on this India Today special broadcast, Abdullah Hamid Gul is chairman of Javanan Party, joins us from Pakistan. Vikrant Gupta, our sports editor, with us on this broadcast. Sushant Sareen, senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, with us. Vikrant, are you surprised not a single Pakistan former captain is standing up for Imran Khan or writing not in this list of 14? Or is that fear of Field Marshal Asim Munir?
Well, I'm not surprised, Gaurav, at all. I'm sad. I'm disappointed. Again, you know, people would say Imran Khan is a Pakistani. On the field, his sole ambition was to beat India. And when he became the prime minister, obviously, he wasn't very pro-India. But leaving everything aside, I must tell you that he's one of the very few Pakistanis, Gaurav, who spent a lot of time in India. I think Adnan Sami, Salma Agha, and perhaps that female who got married in UP, Imran would have to be the fourth Pakistani to spend as many days, as many nights in India. He was somebody who knew India inside out. And, you know, leaving everything aside, in good old days, when cricket was cricket, people like Gavaskar, Zahir Abbas, Kapil Dev, Imran Khan, they did belong to the respective countries, but people would also say that they're the pride of the Asians. Why? Because Asia versus the Western world wasn't really a cricketing power. I am not surprised, like I said. It's just that we all know which way that country is heading. Hamid Gul Saab will disagree with me.
So let me quickly bring in...
get into a debate with him. But the fact is, it is so sad, and it is not today. Gaurav, it is not today.